Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, Recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivoham to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopartha Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adha Brahmanaha Dvitiya Paradhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivashvatamanmantare Ashtavimshaditame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakhabde अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयष्टम शतोत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडिता चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the sun the stomach tucked in Uddiyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Mula Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Padapidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance as we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose, uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati Chinakarana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Moola Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward. Hold your balance. Visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now, the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Udyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhi Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees as you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side. Lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Angeerasa. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward. And sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Angeerasa. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas. The Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down. Hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddhasana Variations, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddhasana Variations. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas, Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parshamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Deva Rishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye.
Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Navakhanda, continuing to gaze towards your third eye. Remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Nidrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yathasanishtasana. In Yathasanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position
And bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now, take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Machendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Machendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space.
Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the 3 bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the 3 bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Udyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana.
Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side. Lay on your back. Bring the opposite hand to the foot. Gaze at your nose. And continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended.
Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
संस्पृशेत् मारोतनं
The next asana is
भवति।
Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana.
Vrikasanam bhavati.
Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapotanitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapotanitakasana. Now stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Uttanottanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, Slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of your behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhu Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds. And relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees, with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishaka pranayama. as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in the kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat. Holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out, and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now, laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha-Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha-Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly, and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 Siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 Siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down. Keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left. Lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up.
Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourselves. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward, visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in Swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence.
As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kakachancha Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashumudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachancha Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashumudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas. Suck in your stomach. Clench your perineum. Tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nidrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nidrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body. Your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations. In Dhwajasana, hold there for a few seconds. And relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nityanandam Paravasukadam Kevalam Yadamutin Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, we welcome all the viewers and all the participants who's joining us live today for today's Paramashivoham program. I now request all participants to post your experience on today's Nityananda Yoga. I know for all of you, I had a very powerful, intense Nityananda Yoga today where all of you did the 308 asanas with the 12 components. So I request all participants to post how was Nityananda Yoga for all of you. I request all participants, you can take few minutes, settle down yourself, you can take some water, change your clothes as we prepare ourselves to start our day with the beautiful power manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
See, so many participants joined in. Nityanandam to all of you. Welcome all of you for another day of the Paramashivoham program. Yes. Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Jula Sila. Yes. Nityanandam to all of you. Yes.
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So now, as in Nityananda Yoga, as right now, the whole 2.5 hours, all of us experience intense communion with the divine. Yes. Ma Tanja Gavya, Nityananda Ma, welcome you for the Paramashivoham program. So now, as Swamiji says, Nityananda Yoga is what? Divine uniting with you. Divine coming into you. It is not about you experiencing divine, but the divine coming to you and you become divine. In that space, to understand throughout Nityananda Yoga, we kept on chanting the japas, the repetitions, the visualizations, the whole 12 components Swamiji is beautifully designed such a way that you can experience the best of the best. So right now, all of us are experiencing, all of us have so much of energy within ourselves. Now, that energy, how can we enjoy? How can we cherish it? How can we utilize it? Right after Nityananda Yoga, doing the power manifestation will help us to enjoy that energy. As, let's take an ice. When it is solidified for a long time, becomes a spatika, a crystal like your Atmalinga. Same way, the experience of oneness which you have, by doing the power manifestation, it solidifies the experience. It solidifies the oneness experience, therefore you start manifesting the life you want. So, as the first power, Swamiji has initiated all of us into the power of prayer reading. So we are going to be entering into the power manifestation now. So Let's now listen to the Shastra Pramana of this power, the scriptural reference of this power of Tada reading, where Paramashiva says very beautifully in the Vijnana Bhairava Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodardhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says very beautiful. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight. That reveals any object or place, attain the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Atma Pramana, where our Vedic Rishis, their experiences, various incarnations, their experiences on the science of power manifestation. This Atma Pramana for the power of the reading is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava. It's taken from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshushha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says very beautifully to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. Understand? The whole 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita contains a detailed description of Bhagavan Shri Krishna's cosmic form, the Vishwarupa Darshan, as Arjuna sees him through his third eye. Next is the Atma Pramana, Swamiji's own experience on the science of power manifestation. Where Swamiji says very beautifully in his own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree vision, the 10 directions below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carried me equally. In both, I exist equally. The air, the breeze, the setting sun, the rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea that something is inside and something was outside was completely lost. First, I was able to see all the 10 directions, the 360-degree vision, and the next moment itself, I realized that I not only was able to see, I was able to experience all of that as me. So understand, when Swamiji was experiencing the 360-degree vision, Swamiji was able to see everything around him. Not just that, he was able to feel him. He was able to feel everything was part of him. He felt himself in everything. So now, with this beautiful understanding we get from the Swamiji's own words and for the pramanas, let us now enter into the power manifestation. So now I request all participants now, I request you to get mindful. If you have an iPad, you can use the iPad. Or if you do not have an iPad, you can use a cloth. And preferably a dark color cloth. And I request all of you to tie your eyes.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda
And I request all participants to close their eyes. Ma Anandi Shri, Ma Tanja Gavya, Ma Julie Silla, request all of you to please tie your eyes with eye band.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, I request all participants now. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Connect to Swamiji. In whatever form you feel complete with him, in whatever form you relate with him, connect to him.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly start chanting the Mahavakya. I request all participants now in the beautiful space. Slowly start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, and I request all participants now to have the book and a pen or pencil with you. Draw whatever Swamiji is showing. I request all participants now. We have been projecting an image for all of you. I request all of you to scan, identify what the drawing is, identify whether the image is half complete or not. I request all participants now will be specifically manifesting where we'll be connecting all the dots to make an image. So I request all participants now to close their eyes. I request all of you to chant the Mahavakya and ask Swamiji to reveal you the exact picture which is being projected for all of you on the screen. Because all participants know what is Swamiji showing you, just start drawing. Is Swamiji showing you a line or is Swamiji showing a surface? What is Swamiji showing? Exactly like that, draw it in your paper. Is all of you to start chanting the Mahavakya.
Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavakya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda
Yes.
Paramashivoham.
And I request all participants now, slowly open your eyes. And request all of you now to post whatever Swamiji is showing for all of you. Whether Swamiji showed you the images of it, or the details of the image, or Swamiji showed exact. Understand this run, all the participants, all of you just manifesting the power where a picture is being projected for all of you, where all of you will be drawing the connected image. Basically, you'll be connecting the dots to your third eye. So that request all participants to post Manandeshri, Matanja Debya, request all participants to post what did Swamiji show for all of you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Majuli Sala, Manandeshri, request all of you to come and post what did Swamiji show for all of you. Nice to hear from all of you. Matanja Devya, because you two also to post what did Swamiji showing you, Ma? And all the participants and all the viewers who was watching us live through the YouTube, also request all of you also to post whatever Swamiji has revealed to you. Okay. So let us now verify the answers. So for all the participants, so the picture which I was projecting for all of you to connect the dots, and so that Swamiji can show you the actual image, was a picture of image of a dog. So you can see over here, it's a half finished drawing of a dog. So if all the participants, you see something like if you've seen an animal, or if you've seen a dog, or if Swamiji showed you the color of it also, yes, you have manifested. Yes. So that request all participants, let's now manifest one more round of this power. So request all of you now to tie your eyes.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
So all of you tie your eyes. Continue. Slowly start chanting Mahavakya. Connect Swamiji.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
So now a picture is being projected for all of you. And I request all participants now to scan what the image is about. What is the exact picture which is being projected for all of you? Where all of you need to scan and reveal what the image is about. So I request all participants now to start drawing whatever Swamiji is showing to you.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Because all of you now to continue chanting the Mahavakya, ask Swamiji to reveal you what is that image has been projected which I need to complete the drawing.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda
Yes.
Paramashivoham.
And I request all participants now to slowly open your eyes and post whatever Swamiji is showing for all of you. Whatever all of you have written, drawn in your papers. I request all of you now to post in the chat section. Manindeshwari, Julie Silla. Because all of you to post what is Swamiji showing, that's fine, ma. If Swamiji showed you shapes also, do not worry. Exactly how Swamiji is showing. Like Swamiji showed the colors, or the shape, or the line drawing of the image, or the exact image itself with colors. What is Swamiji showing you? Exactly let it post it down in the chat section.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So let's verify the answer. So the image which I was projecting for all of you was an image of a peacock. It's a peacock feather. So you can see over here, it's a beautiful drawing of a peacock feather. Once you connect all the dots, you get a picture of a peacock. So now we'll be entering into one of the most important sessions for the day. All of us want to manifest our reality. We want to do many things at a time. For example, we always say that we do not have enough time to do what we want. I have so much of work in my office. And then when I come back to the home, I rest for a day. I do not have time to manifest. I do not have time to do whatever I want. Swamiji says very beautifully that you can manifest time. You can stretch time for yourself. How? In Hinduism, time is not just limited through numbers. It is a unit by itself. By connecting with that unit, you can expand time and go beyond the time. Let us now listen on this ultimate truth from Swamiji on the truths of Kala Tattva, which speaks what is time, how to go beyond the time, and explaining about the 3 units of time so you can manifest time for yourself. Let's listen Let us now listen to these beautiful truths directly delivered by Swamiji himself.
Paramashivoham Nityananda. Time and space is not same for all beings, even though the time zone and the machines to measure the time and the unit of time may be same for all of you. Understand this. Unit of time and machines with which you measure your time may be same for all you human beings, but time is not same for all of you. Each one of you experience different kala, time. Even in your own life, you experience different types of kala at different times. Time is a too small, poor English word for kala. The idea you have about time is more chronological, but the kala is existential. When the existential reality is measured by the mathematical, then it becomes chronological. Understand? Kala is existential and spontaneous, not chronological. Time is chronological. So, I do not want to use the word time for translating kala. You understand kala as I directly define from Akashic records. The dimension of the universe in which life, planets, stars, existence comes up, exists for billions of years, and relaxes spontaneously and simultaneously. You may measure billion years between a Big Bang and black hole, but in the dimension of Kala, it is happening simultaneously. Big Bang is happening along with black hole. Black hole is happening along with Big Bang, simultaneously and spontaneously. Meditate on this, I tell you. The great news I have is, even by cognizing, you will become eternal. Even by understanding it, you will become part of it. It is Devarahasya. What Yamadharma says to Nachiketa, it is secret of secrets, which even gods do not know. Understand? Even gods do not know. Today, I am giving you an example of Kala Tattva, time principle. How an unconscious, ordinary human being, how they grasp time. Maximum they are able to grasp only these 3 units of time. Earth rotating itself, making 1 day. Chandra, moon, going around the earth making 1 month. Earth going around the sun, making 1 year. Only these 3 basic units of time, unconscious human mind is able to grasp. But the consciousness which could center itself in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, superconscious state, finds he is centered in Mahakailasa. This whole Surya Mandala is going around the Mahakailasa, makes the 4th unit of time called Kalpa. Listen. When you don't understand the 4th unit of time, Kalpa, you start developing very narrow vision about time, life, about everything. Anyone even intellectually understands the concept of Kalpa, the 4th unit of time, is liberated from so much of fears. I tell you, the permanence of existence, perception about life absolutely changes the moment you understand this 4th unit of time. I'm just revealing some of the superconscious principles. Understand? Because we are agitated, we don't think for a long time, because we don't think or try to understand the multiple units of time. We are just stuck with 3 units of time. That is why all our planning, all our ability to connect with the time, all our ability to understand time stops with the units of years. Whether you calculate for 10 year or 10 million year, whole thing is just within the unit called year. Listen, the idea you have about time is responsible for certain chemicals to be released in your body. If you understand the 4th unit of time, a unique special chemical released inside your body, that is called Amrita. See, all the gods and demons going around the Meru Mandara, the Meru hill, the Mahakailasa, understanding the time through the Vasuki snake. Vasuki is nothing but the symbolic representation of the time snake, Kala Sarpa. When that happens, the body releases nectar. Understand? The understanding I am giving now, the vast understanding about the 4th unit of time, if you can intellectually internalize and see in your life, suddenly you will realize you have so many powerful cognitions, so many powers, so many wonderful things in life. Now understand the units of Kala Tattva. And also understand how by not understanding the units of Kala Tattva, we are all collectively suffering and started believing suffering is natural. No! Suffering is neither natural nor inevitable. Hey, with the right understandings, it doesn't even exist. The visionaries are convinced suffering is inevitable. So the followers are also convinced suffering is inevitable. That is the biggest suffering. That is the real delusion. That is the real delusion. Now, let us look at only the fourth unit of time. The fourth unit of time is cognized by the mind which lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And even if all of you have not achieved the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, if you understand the principles from a person who lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and makes that as a lifestyle, you will enjoy all the benefits of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. For example, Einstein's theory. All of us may not understand, but many benefits derived from that theory, we are all enjoying in our life because we decided to accept his theories. Same way, the fourth unit of time, this theory, all of you may not be able to grasp it, but if you decide to accept and enjoy, make this theory as a part of you, you will enjoy all the benefits of these truths, benefits of this theory. That is what I call living enlightenment. Till you realize personally, individually, as your own enlightenment, living it because your Guru has revealed it, making that as your vision because your Guru has revealed it, is living enlightenment. Listen. Time. Kala Tattva. Principle of time. Once internalized, you just become Kalatita. Understand? Your body is a complete, listen to this word, complete mechanism to convert any powerful cognition into power. Let me repeat. Your body, which is alive, if you are listening to my satsang and you are able to cognize, you are alive. Your body, which is alive, is a complete mechanism. The mechanism is perfect and complete and capable of converting any powerful cognition into powers. Decide to cognize. Guru is manifest form of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is unmanifest form of Guru. With this cognition, now sit, I'll give you the ultimate truths to liberate you from all delusions related to time. Listen carefully. Time is endless. Time is endless but not eternal. Time has no beginning, no end, but not eternal. Listen carefully. The world you are experiencing in your dream has neither beginning nor end, but it is not eternal. You enter into that world and come out but even by existence that world is not eternal. Swapna loka, the world you experience in your dream, is not eternal. It has no beginning, no end. Its beginning and end are beyond your comprehension, but it is not eternal. Same way, time neither as beginning nor as end. Its beginning and end do not exist as you comprehend something beginning and ending. Same way, it is not eternal. Only Paramashiva is eternal. Everything else is anitya. Sutta Nidya is Paramashiva. The purely eternal, pure eternity is only Paramashiva. Understand? We all have different ideas, visualizations, identification with each of these technical terms. Each of these technical terms like a time, beginning, ending, eternal, ephemeral. We all have some ideas, visualizations. Time is beyond your idea of beginning and ending. Listen carefully. You have multiple births and deaths. Life does not end by your body not functioning. Your body stopping functioning is not end of life. If you want to end the life, raising the quality of your consciousness is the only way. Awakening to the fourth time, Turiya Kala, Turiya Loka, Turiya space is the only way to free yourself from birth and death. If you want to free yourself, you can consciously play with these births and deaths. You can take the birth as you want. You can even be born as a rich person. I tell you, if you just decide to cognize, wealth is too small. From the pure space of Kala Bhairava, Paramashiva is revealing all these great truths to the world. Please listen and internalize. All these truths are independently powerful and capable to make your consciousness into superconsciousness. Your consciousness is the seed. It is a possibility. If you understand these great truths, it can flower into superconsciousness. The seed is waiting to flower to achieve its completion and fulfillment. Listen and cognize these truths. You will achieve completion and fulfillment, ultimate enlightenment. listen. The first truth. Kala continuously meets your consciousness now, now, now. So the mood of your body, your mind, your physiology, your psychology you keep now plays a very important role in your whole life. If you keep the now in incompletion or hopes, that will continue forever. If you keep the now in the completion and clarity, that will manifest forever. Kala does not meet your consciousness in the past or in the future. He meets your consciousness now, in the present. So, again and again, during your present moment, be in the space of completion. Learn to bring completion to yourself, restful awareness to yourself now. Kala, time, can tolerate anything but is allergic to powerlessness. Even if he sees there is some possibility of powerlessness in you, he just pulls it out. And I tell you, when he sees fear, when Kala sees fear in you, he tells, hey, don't bother. Whatever you are afraid of losing, you will see, now I am removing it. But you will not become powerless. You will not be depressed. Without that, you will be living, and after some time, you will even forget this was part of your life. Learn this. When you operate with life negative principles, the life negative dimension of the universe gravitates you. Life negative beings living in those universes support you and try to fulfill their aspirations through you. More you are life positive, time elongates, gives its best space for you. More you become life negative, time shrinks and gives the suffocating experience in you. Time elongates or shrinks within the elasticity called matter of the space. Space is also part of the matter from the higher zones of the space. Space is the refined matter from the lower zones like length, breadth, depth, time, but space is still a matter from higher zones, the higher dimensions, whether four fundamental forces of the nature, humanity is able to logically understand the power of gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force are the powers which ordinary human beings don't have access as on now. When the space-time elasticity is experienced by an individual, he manifests a power called ability to shift his being from any vertical time zone. Enlightenment is all about how you decide to feel about you. If Marana Smarana triggers, Marana Smarana means remembrance of death. If it triggers insecurity, uncertainty, oh, will I have a natural death, or will I die in an accident? Will I be murdered, or will I commit suicide? What will happen? I don't know. If the Marana Smarana triggers fears, pains, feeling terrorized and shivering, all that, be very clear. Your whole life is useless. So decide to spend time on yourself and evolve a very matured being for yourself. That is the biggest asset. Biggest asset a being can have is a matured, happy, joyful, vacation mood when you remember your death. Marana Smarana should give you vacation mood. Hey, I am going to have vacation with Swamiji in Kailasa. How long? Who cares? It's a vacation. I don't need to go for my job regularly. I neither need to do my office work nor need to do Sangha work. Hi, bye. If Marana Smarana gives you kind of a feeling relieved, listen carefully. Your cognition about past also will be very light. I tell you, you can feel your whole past was hell. You can feel your whole past was heaven. Both are factually, both can be supported with enough facts. You have enough facts to argue your whole past was heaven. You have enough facts to argue your whole past was hell. You have enough facts to come to the conclusion your whole past was heaven. You have enough facts to come to the conclusion whole past was hell. Listen carefully. Paramashiva beautifully reveals the Kala. Listen. Kala is time. That wheel gets the bump whenever you have undigestible, intolerable, negative possibility. For example, some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even the poverty, but not sickness. Some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even sickness, anything, but not poverty. Some people, they will tolerate anything, but they don't want to lose their husband or wife. Some people, they will tolerate anything, they just don't want to lose their son. Some people will tolerate anything, but they can't handle the prison or even the fear of jail. Some people can tolerate anything. No problem about no fear of jail, no fear of disease, no fear of poverty, no fear of losing the house, no fear of losing the spouse, no fear of losing even the kids. They just can't handle a morning without a cup of coffee. Understand, something which triggers anxiety, panic, I can't deal it, which triggers you to lose your prajna, that your existence, which just imbalances your prajna. Listen carefully. That is what is the bump for the Kala Chakra to roll smoothly. Marana Smarana will point out what is it that makes you lose your prajna, your existence. Listen carefully. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but not the house they are living. There are some people who are ready to lose everything, but not any parts of the body in accident. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but afraid of getting imprisoned, jailed. There are some people who are ready to lose, they have no fear of jail, poverty, health, but they can't even think of losing the spouse. So like this, each one has some trigger point which makes you fall out of your prajna, balance of your prajna. Marana Smarana triggers that. Listen carefully. You all should do Marana Smarana and trigger that pain point and heal it once for all. You just have to poke that tumor and pus should come out. What can be done? Nothing can be done. If the pus is taken out, even if you are collapsed, even if you collapse for 2-3 days, nothing wrong. But don't go for any other alternative, diverting, addictive methods. Face the Marana Smarana with boldness and courage. I tell you, anyone who faces Marana Smarana boldly and courageously gains a very powerful prajna. And I tell you, powerful prajna is the most beautiful asset. How these celebrities all, they ensure their beautiful part of their body like eyes, lips, thighs, hands, leg, how they nose, all that, and different various other parts also, how they ensure beautiful parts of their bodies, the different celebrities. Same way, the most valuable part of your life, part of you, is the consciousness, the powerfulness you raise through Marana Smarana. Marana Smarana means remembrance of the death. What is triggered in you by remembrance of the death, you should go through that and build a most powerful, beautiful personality, conscious being, prajna, pratyagatma chaitanya, individual consciousness, jiva, self. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Yes. Nityanandam to all the participants. Nityanandam to all of you. That was a very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on Kalatattva.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes. That was with, I know, because all participants suppose your understanding on this session. Very beautifully, Swamiji said that Kala cannot just be translated into time. Swamiji says very beautifully, time is just a chronological plan, but time is not Kala. Kala is something beyond that, something much more than that. And because all participants suppose your understanding, yes, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Sharmin Moose, Yes, Matanja Gabi, okay. Yes, Matanja Gabia. Yes, Machanda Shekhar Pia, Makarni Shunatraj. Yes, so many participants joined in. Nityanand to all of you. Yes, Ma Sarlananda, Ma Judy Silla. Yes, Nityanand to all of you. So now, Anna request all participants to post your understanding on this beautiful satsang, on this beautiful topic Swamiji spoke on Kala Tattva. Understand, most of the time, we feel that we want to be productive in life or we want to manifest something. I need to manifest abundance of time. If I'm able to manifest enough of time for me, you feel like you can do what you want in your life. Like for example, one day is just limited to 24 hours. But what if one day becomes 48 hours? And I just all participants to post. Okay, I have a quick question for all of you. Our day is 24 hours. Now, from 24 hours, it increases to 48 hours. And I request all participants to post how you will feel. Will you feel like time is limiting you, where you do not have time to manifest what you want? Or what exactly it is? Because all participants know when time expands itself from 24 hours to 48 hours, what do you feel by it? And I request all participants to post. Like what you'll be doing, or you'll feel like exactly what we're going in your inner space. I request all participants to post. Yes. So now, let us understand what does Swamiji mean on this time dimension. Swamiji says that Kala is time. Understand, Kala is not just time, it's much more beyond it. But for us to understand what exactly is Kala, we can roughly translate into time. Kala is time, that wheel. Whenever you have indigestible, intolerable negative possibilities, some people can tolerate anything in their life, anything, but not poverty. Some people can tolerate anything, but they don't want to handle losing a husband. Understand? Many things in life we feel okay. As long as this is not taken away from me, I can tolerate, I can handle anything in my might. For example, some of you might be close to your husband, or you may be close to your father. Even if everything is taken away from, as long as my father is there with me, as long as my husband is there with me, I'm okay with it. Or for some of us, we feel that wealth is something important in our life. So even if, as long as wealth is there for me, I'm okay. I'm okay to handle anything in my life. There's always something which is there in our life which we feel okay. If this is not there, that's just my life is over. If this is that means anything in life I can tolerate. I request all participants to post. If you have any questions, doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. So understand one thing. When something is taken away from us, immediately what we feel, oh, I did not have enough time to enjoy with that person. I do not have enough time to enjoy and cherish that part of that thing in my life, or make it as part of my life. I request all participants to post. Understand, in today's session, all of you are going to be initiated into the power where you can expand time for all of you, where time is not a limiting factor. Time is not a binding thing where you can't manifest what you want, where you just have to run with life. Many times we feel that Time is moving, keep on moving. We have to cope up with it. We have to move on with it. But understand, Swamiji says that you can go beyond it. I know it was all participants. Let's take few minutes. Let us look into ourselves and see what all the things that triggers me. What is it that you cannot handle when it's taken away from you? For example, some of us, we feel like losing your loved one. Something I can't take it. Or poverty, we may not be able to take it. Or fear of dark, or fear of death. What is it that fear? Something which is triggering you. It is that within your system that I can handle anything, but if this is gone, I can't take it. Many times we feel it, especially in terms with our best friends, our close ones, or with even with our family members, especially whom we are attached with. Or if this person is taken away from me, I don't know how to handle my life. What is Anarika all participant now to pen down? Look at yourself. What are the areas? What are the things which triggers you? Which triggers your inner space? And what is it that you cannot handle? You can give up anything just for that. But if this is taken away from you, I cannot handle it. Tell it down. Because all participants suppose if you have further questions also, please feel free to post in the chat section. Yes. And I request all participants to post what you have written down. Yes, I see several participants there in the Zoom room. Amsa Kalapi. Yes, there's a person who joined the phone number. Nityanti. Mashreya Gupta. Yes, Nityanandama, welcome you for the permission program. See you newly joining. Yes, Makani Shunitraji Nityanti. Okay. I request all participants now to post what are you written now. What is it that triggers us in our life? What is it that we cannot handle when it is taken away from our life? Because all participants to post whatever you have written down. Or if you have any questions or doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. See, understand one thing. When something is taken away from us, we always associate it with time. We feel, oh, why time is not understanding me? Why time had to do this right now for me? I just now started experiencing why time is not allowing me to enjoy it more. So now all of you have written down whatever is triggering inside of us. What is it that we cannot handle it in our life? Let us now enter into the next step with Swamiji's. I request all participants to post. If you have any questions, doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section, as this is one of the important exercise that Swamiji has given for us to complete with the dimension of time within ourselves. Now, I request all participants. Now, the second step is actually very most important. So I request all of you to carefully listen. Write down all the incidents, the situations you remember getting triggered. Like, for example, you cannot handle when your father is taken away from you. You cannot handle when your father is away from you and your father is not there. The earliest incident where this pattern started triggering inside of me is when I was maybe 5 years old, when my father had to go out in the middle of the night and he returned back to the house maybe after a week. Due to he had to go for an important job work and he had to travel to another country, and it happened all of a sudden and you were asleep at the point of time. And next day morning when you wake up, your father was not there. And you felt that the main person who you felt open with, who you associated yourself with, is not there anymore. And after one week he comes back, you enjoy him. So understand, and now this one incident, as a 5-year-old child, you created a strong trigger, a strong incompletion within yourself that, okay, no matter what happens in my life, my father is there, I have to spend time with him. I not waste my time anywhere else. If he is available, I have to spend my time with him. Otherwise, I do not know when I will have a next chance to meet. Even as you grow up, you may compromise on anything. You may compromise on your job, you may compromise on your food, anything it can be, even your relationship. But as long as your father is there with you to support you, you're okay with it. So because all participants now know what have I written down. Now look inside and see. Remember the first time this triggered inside of you. The earliest memories where this incident, this triggering had triggered you in your life. Because all participants now look into it, find out when was the earliest moment this actually started triggering inside of us. Yes. And I request all participants now to post and to post whatever emotions you have come up so far. You understand one thing. Swamiji says very beautifully that this, when you relive, when you go back to earliest memories in your life, understand you are nothing but the decoding blind spot. When was the first time this happened in your life? When is the first time you triggered this pattern in your life? See, let's say you're taking a mango seed. You want to plant the mango tree, so you obviously need to get a mango seed. Now, when you plant the mango seed, you have to water it, make sure it's under sunshine, make sure it's been put in the proper way so it can grow well. Feed it so much of water, it becomes the sapling, then becomes a tree, and becomes a very huge tree, but it starts giving fruits. Same way, this is how our incompletion starts. It first starts as a tiny small seed which has been put into your system, and you nurture it with your emotions, with your feelings, with your incompletions, whatever incidents, whatever you went through. Now it has become a big tree within your system where, like, without this thing, I cannot live my life. I cannot handle when this has been taken away from me. And then it is all participants now, you can give an example where you can actually relieve this in your life. If you have any further questions, doubts you have, because all participants, please feel free to post in the chat section. Okay. I see Ma Nitya Gautama. Nityanandam to you. I see you newly joining Ma Nityanandam. Yes. Ma Shreya Gupta, Ma Kai Shivanatrajan, Ma Judy Silla, Ma Andesha. Because all of you now, all of you can give an example from your own life where you can understand this truth what Swamiji is speaking about, the dimensions of time. You understand, we always feel time is like a binding factor in our life. That's why no matter whatever happens, no matter what occurs in our life, we feel that, okay, let me prioritize whatever I like. If I like this, let me spend more time with this. Because once it's taken away from me, I cannot handle it. I cannot bear to live without it. We always feel like this because we always feel time is a binding factor. But understand, time, Kala, is not just time, it's much more beyond that. When you understand what is triggering you, what is binding you, when you unclutch from it, immediately time expands for you. So now the next step, so now all the participants, all of you have found out when was the earliest incident which has happened in your life, just occurred in your life where this incident started triggering inside of you. Then the next step Swami is giving very beautifully is relive to relieve it. What is triggering? What is triggered inside of you? You should go through that. You should consciously build Pratyagatma Chaitanya. Understand, Pratyagatma Chaitanya is nothing but realizing that you are consciousness, where you have time for anything in your life. When you understand and realize your consciousness, you will see time manifests for you. I have a question for all the participants. How many of you want to expand time for you? How many of you want to experience that I have enough time for me, I can manifest, I can enjoy life the way I want to do? Many of us want to experience this. So now we need to look in and see what is it that is triggering us, what is it that is binding us to our life, where when it's taken away from us, we feel suffocated without it. Now, request all participants now. Go back to now, all of you have penned down the earliest memories in your life where this pattern started triggering inside of you, where you've sowed the seed of this incompletion within you. Now, Go back to the same incident. Become that 5-year-old again, where you felt where you were sleeping and your father had to go away, had to leave the house in the middle of the night, and you wake up in the morning, you are frightened, you got shocked, scared that your father is not there anymore. Go back to that same age where this pattern start triggering in you. Become that age. Experience that same emotion, the same ambience, the same environment, and decide to complete it. All participants understanding? So, because all of you now. Now, if any emotions are coming, such as you feel like crying or shouting, do not worry about that. Let it happen. You will see once it leaves your system, you will feel complete lightness within yourself. So, because all participants now, please take let's take a few minutes. Sit and read each of the incidents which you've written and complete with it. Decide that I'm going to build my consciousness where my consciousness is limitless. It is not bound by the factor of time or space. Yes. Anarikas all, yes. Anarikas all participants now to post. How's the experience for all of you? See, understand, Swamiji says something. When you're too attached to something, one point of time in life, you have to live without it. Because all attachments are nothing but binding factors in life. Whether it is good or bad, one point of time you have to leave. For example, Swamiji's own life, when Swamiji was there in Trivandrum, Swamiji was so attached to Arunachala. When he wakes up, the first thing he sees is Arunachala. When he goes to bed, he sees Arunachala, closes his eyes and goes to bed. Swamiji is so attached with Arunachala that he couldn't even think to live without it. But when Swamiji started Parivrajika, Swamiji had to leave Tiruvannamalai. Yes, having attachment to Arunachala is a good thing. At one point of time, you have to go beyond that also. So you can experience complete completion within yourself. When Swamiji went beyond it, when Swamiji left Tiruvannamalai, he understood that Arunachala is not out there. Arunachala is there inside of him. No matter wherever he goes, Arunachala is there inside of him. There's no need to worry it outside. There's no need to be worrying about it. Even now also, Swamiji knows that Arunachala is there within inside of him. So why should I miss? Why should I worry about it? When I know Arunachala is there inside of me, I need not need to worry anymore. So understand, now whatever is triggering inside of you, it is nothing but an incompletion which is being kept into our inner space. That is why when an incident happens which is occurring according to that incompletion, when an incident is happening which is triggering you, when a situation is happening which is triggering that component in you, naturally you react like that. Because you feel that I cannot live my life without it. So now, with this understanding that you are consciousness, you're much beyond this. Understand? Time is nothing but understanding that you are much more than time. Time is only used for us to micromanage ourselves. As Swamiji says, time can be used as a chronological planning, but it is not the ultimate. So now, it is beautiful understanding. Because all participants post if any questions, doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. So now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. So as today for all the participants, today all of you will be manifesting the power of Akashic reading, where as Swamiji, you will be accessing the cosmic archives and you'll be accessing the cosmic archives and understand cosmic archives has the records of what happened, happening and is going to happen. Past, present, future, everything is written into this cosmic archive. So in this round for all the participants, all of you will be manifesting the power of Akashic reading, where all of you will be accessing the cosmic archives and revealing what exactly happened on a particular incident. What's exactly occurred on a particular day. So now request all participants now to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Because all of you now to close your eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space.
Paramashivoham
Yes, Mahamsa Kalapi, Mandeshri. Because now all of you know, remember Swamiji in your inner space now. Start chanting the Mahabhagya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Om
And now, request all participants now, I'll be giving a date for all of you. And request all participants now to scan, ask Swamiji to reveal you. Because all of you now, all the participants sit with your Atmamurtis. As when you look at the Atmamurti's 3 eyes, when you look at Swamiji's 3 eyes, you'll see a black color screen will appear and the golden letters will be written on it. That is the exact point of time we are accessing the Akashic records. So because all participants now know only to read out the letters which is coming in golden letters. I request now all participants now to scan and reveal what has happened in my life at this date, at this particular date, August 20th, 2012. I repeat the date again for all the participants. 20th August 2012. What incident has occurred on the date? I request all participants now to scan and reveal what incident has occurred on this date.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. And I request all participants now to open your eyes and post whatever Swamiji is showing to all of you in the golden letters. Yes. Ma Shreya Gupta, Ma Gautama, Ma Karish Nitrajan Vangeshri, because okay. Okay. Ma Shreya Gupta, you posted Satsang Thailand Beach, Cameron. Okay. Anything else for that Swamiji show you? Ma Shreya Gupta. Yes. Ma Karish Nitrajan, because you also want to post what the Swamiji showing. Ma Nitya Gautama, Ma Anindeshwari. Okay, only these were shown in the golden letter. Okay, ma, no problem. How is the rest of the participants? Okay. So now I'll be verifying all the answers for all the participants. So, on 12th August 2012, it was at this date I joined Gurukul. Like, this is the day I joined Gurukul, and the moment I joined the Gurukul, I still remember I was wearing a purple colored dress with a silver border, and the whole ambience of Gurukul was filled with so much of flowers, like literally so much of hibiscus, jasmine, and rose. So many was there. And the moment I joined Gurukul, like, at the time all the kids were doing chanting class. So they called me, like I was a new admission at the time, and they called me, like they asked, do you know what Swamiji? And of course at the time I was connected to Swamiji, and they asked what all the mantras you're chanting. And they asked me to chant Sadguru Vandana. So this is the exact incident which happened. Like it was the first day I joined the Gurukul. Yes. Ma Shreya Gupta, do not worry, ma. You start like this only. Slowly, first you'll be able to see the letters. Once you get comfortable in seeing the golden letters, ma, you will see Swami will start showing you more details. Like first now you're able to see the words in golden letters. You'll see Swami will start showing you the full incident. Scene by scene, Swamiji will be revealing it through golden letters. But do not worry, ma. I request Ma Shreya Gupta to continue manifesting the further power manifestation dance. Continue participating, manifesting. You will see, you start manifesting the power. You also experience a breakthrough. So now, we'll be entering into one of the important gifts that Swamiji has given for all of us, which is the Nirahara Samyama. Nirahara Samyama is one of the best detox methods you can do in your life. As Swamiji says, by doing Nirahara Samyama, it makes you to realize the Pratyagatma Chaitanya understand your consciousness will happen within your system. So what exactly is Nirahara? What does Nirahara Samyama do to you? You can drink liquids like buttermilk, milk, juices, as much as you want. Just don't give the job of digestion, meaning grinding food to your teeth, tongue, and your stomach. This is a very beautiful detox process given by Swamiji. So what the guidelines are for this Nirahara Samyama is you can drink any amount of liquids as long as you do not do the job of chewing, digestion with your teeth, tongue, and your stomach. So any liquids is fine. You can have tea, coffee, no problem. Anything which is made into liquid also is acceptable. When you're doing Nirahara Samyama, we experience every moment you feel powerless. You complete with psychological changes you're seeing inside of you. So, drink water the moment you wake up and you brush your teeth. This Nirahara Samyama is an age-old method to bring health to your body. Because so if you feel it too much of chemicals, so much of things need to be there in your system, you want to take a detox, doing Nirahara is one of the best way you can detox yourself. Swamiji says, awakening your bio-memory capabilities to produce the food directly from air and space. Understand? Your bio-memory has the energy to give food for your body. And all the patterns which is sitting into your system as a blockage, just by doing Nirahara Samyama, you can detox yourself. So with this, we will be entering into one of the most powerful and exquisite session. Where in this session, all of us learned about the dimensions of time, the units of time. The next session is about decoding the time and space. As Swamiji says very beautifully, we are one and the same. Cosmos and us are one and the same. Understand? Your time is nothing but your the skin which you are wearing is connected to the skin of the cosmos, which is time. So let us now understand what exactly is time and space, and let us decode this truth with Swamiji. Let us listen this truth from Swamiji himself.
Listen. Time in its three dimensions: linear, circular, vertical. When it is understood, mere understanding and conscious decision to use it is enough to get all the boons, blessings, powers, including enlightenment from Paramashiva. All the disciples, get ready, sit sincerely with absolute integrity. Now the initiation starts. Every word now comes out is direct initiation. Listen. time in the linear level. When you understand the time in linear motion level, with your ideas about length, it is a calendar. Morning, evening, next day, next week, next month, past week, past month. Just calendar, mere calendar. Time understood in the dimension of length is mere calendar. It can be 10,000 years past, 10,000 years future. Mere calendar used to document the history. That's all. Time understood in the level of breadth, little more than the level of length, in the level of breadth, is Panchanga, where the idea of the linear movement of the time, the documentation of the calendar, is substantiated and supported with the knowledge of how the stars move in the Bhumandala, or how the stars are perceived in Bhumandala. That is the understanding about time in the breadth level. Understanding about time in the depth level is astrology. The movements of the planets, Adityadi Navagraha Devatas, Aditya, Soma, Mangala, Buddha, Guru, Shugra, Shani, Rahu, Ketu. These 9 grahas, their movements, 12 rashis, their impact, 28 nakshatras, their influence, and Indradi Dasadik Balakas, their contribution. All these put together, when you understand time, it is understanding about the time in the depth level. That becomes a science called astrology. If you understand the time in the dimension of time itself, like inner image of the time, it's a pure consciousness and freedom. What Paramashiva reveals in Vedas and Vedantic truths. Please understand. Veda and Vedanta, Agama and Agamanta, all 4 is evolved by Paramashiva himself directly. In the Vedantic Upanishads, Paramashiva gives clearly the inner image about the time, what time feels about itself is absolute freedom. All human beings who take me seriously, all my disciples who take me seriously, note this point if you spend few days without cell phone, any contact with the outer world, where you are all alone, you only know the sound of the silence and the nature, at least few days. It can be a week or a month, up to you. At least few days, if you spend, time will introduce itself to you. In the dimension of time itself, anyone who gets introduced about time by time, you are blessed and initiated into the other dimension of life. Listen. How much ever I try to convey, time in its inner image is the freedom you may try to imagine, visualize. But if you spend few days with the absolute silence of the nature, where only the nature's sounds speak to you, there is no other verbalization from the society, at least for a few days, you understand that time is freedom. Let me repeat. Time, perceived, experienced, cognized just in the level of length, is calendar. Time, perceived, experienced, cognized in the dimension of breath is Panchanka. Calendar substantiated with the cosmic movements of stars, grahas. Time, perceived and understood, cognized in the dimension of depth is astrology. All the impact on time and by time on you, all the impact time receives from the cosmos, its impact on you. Understanding this whole depth is astrology. Adityadi Navagraha Devata, 12 Rashis, 28 Nakshatras, Dashadik Balakas, their collective influence on you is understanding of time in the depth level. Time understood in the level of time dimension itself is freedom. I will make this knowledge as a practical experience for you. Listen to me intensely. Listen to it intensely. I can introduce time in its inner image inside you through unclutching. I can make you experience the sound of cosmic silence. Anahata Dwani. Inside you by unclutching you. Especially my disciples who have given the spiritual GPA to me. I have the moral and conscious right to enter into your inner space and unclutch you. Whoever gives me that right, I will initiate you now, right now, and lead you step by step into the next level understanding. Next, circular experience of time. This is the arch Prabhavali of Mahakala Bhairava. Listen. In this motion, in this movement, memories, patterns, ideas, experiences, perceptions, cognitions, incidents go on repeating, including life and death. Just a repetition, 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 repetition. This repetitive pattern, circular motion of the time should be pushed behind you. Push it behind you. Do not entertain, entangle, engage with it. Do not try to correct the incidents. The more you try to correct, the more you will get sucked into it. How Mahakala Bhairava puts the circular motion of the time behind him. Push it behind you. Third, vertical time. The vertical time is experienced in your life only when you are in intense samadhi state. Normally, for a common man, when he is really in an absolute oneness, either during the initiation with Paramashiva or during the puja with the deity, or rarely during the sensual pleasures. If you listen to some music deeply which you really enjoy, few moments you experience vertical time. If you eat some food after a long time which you really enjoy, for few minutes you settle down and experience vertical time. If you had a deep touch pleasure experience, it can be sexual or massage or romance, anything related. Deeply when you settle down inside, few seconds you experience vertical time. Either during the initiation or the extreme moments of pleasure, you get the glimpse of vertical time. If you get it During the initiation, it will be repeating again and again and raising you to the higher zones without tiring your body and mind. You will raise your consciousness more and more, stronger and stronger, powerful. With sensory pleasures, because the senses and its abilities are limited, the travel in the vertical time zone is restricted by the capacity of your body. That is why going through the route of the sense, 5 senses, pleasures, is less recommended. Going through the route of initiation, getting empowered by samadhi state, nirvikalpa samadhi state, is the most beautiful way of raising yourself to the vertical time zone. Listen. Time perceived in the length dimension level is calendar, chronological time. Few million years in the past and few million years in the future. Just chronological calendar. Time perceived and cognized in the breath dimension is chronological calendar supported, substantiated by the cosmological events, like the movements of the stars, planets, all that. Time perceived, the dimension of depth is astrology. How? The cosmological events and movements of grahas, rashis, nakshatras, and digbalakas directly impact time, and how that time impacted by the cosmological beings impact you. This science is astrology. If you want time's self-introduction, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, is the best state where time introduces itself to you. An absolute freedom. Then comes circular time, circular motion, circular dimension of time. Repetitive. Births and deaths. Trillions of times goes on and on and on till your consciousness consciously decides to step out of time from that circular rut. When you push that circular dimension of the time behind you, you manifest the powers of Kala Bhairava. You conquer time. Time becomes just maybe I should say, your servant. It does what you want. It does not bind you anymore. And time in the vertical zone can get anything your consciousness wants, including enlightenment. That is the ultimate. Time in the vertical zone is the Trishul Mahakala Bhairava is carrying. Time in the circular movement is the probably behind Mahakala Bhairava. Push the circular time behind you. Keep the vertical time for your success in everything. I'll empower you with the time as power. Vertical time. As far as the experience of time, cognition of time, the moment you understand its various existence, its various dimensions of existence, its various levels of existence, knowledge liberates. Knowledge becomes power. Krishna knows the impact of planets on the Mahabharata war. That knowledge, simple knowledge, he played with it and changed even the impact of the planets and made Pandavas one. On Amavasya, if the war starts, only Kauravas will win. But already both sides agreed on Amavasya they will start the war. So what to do? One day ahead of Amavasya, Krishna gives Darpana. Sun and the moon both got terrorized, frightened. Hey, how can Krishna give Darpana one day before the Amavasya? Is something wrong? I think somebody gave false information to Krishna. He need to be told that Amavasya is tomorrow. So both of them rush to Krishna. Before Krishna offers the pinda, they rush and tell him, Prabhu, you forgot Amavasya is tomorrow, but you are giving pinda darpana today. Did anyone misinform you? Krishna smiles and says, what is the definition of Amavasya? Sun and the moon said, when sun and the moon meets, planet Earth. Both of you are here. Today is Amavasya. Done. Go. Receive the darpana. Over. The knowledge he had about the time in the depth dimension, he just manipulated it. and manifested what he wants. Listen. I'll give you the knowledge about the time in the dimension of time. It means you will be protected forever beyond your self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial. Understand? Beyond your self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denials, you will be protected. That is the power of the time. When you understand time in its time dimension itself, Trishul is vertical dimension of time. Trishul in Mahakala Bhairava's hand symbolizes vertical dimension of time. The Prabha circle behind the Mahakala Bhairava symbolizes circular dimension of time. Circular dimension has no direct use for any seeker of enlightenment. If you are interested in enjoying the same pleasure, if you want the same husband again and again, same wife again and again, same birth and same type of death again and again, then go and enjoy the circular dimension of time. If you want a breakthrough, step beyond the circular dimension of time. Vertical dimension of time removes brain fog. Listen to this word. Brain fog is blind spots and delusions in your life. Feeling stuck is nothing but brain fog. You know, you don't like that breakfast, but you continue to eat because you forget to remember the options. Forgetting the possibilities and choices you have to have a breakthrough is what I define as brain fog. You have an option in every level, but forgetting the choices, forgetting the possibilities, forgetting the options, not having the guts to use all the tools with which you are empowered. You are empowered with multiple tools and equipments. You have the power of greed, power of making yourself greedy or making others greedy about something. It's a power. Making yourself putting in fear, frightened, or you can make someone frightened. It's a power. You can inspire yourself, you can inspire someone else. It's a power. Not using all these abilities to have a breakthrough, not even remembering you have all these choices, is brain fog. Vertical time liberates you from the brain fog. Listen, the circular time keeps the brain fog alive. As long as you have the brain fog delusion, the lifestyle with brain fog, the circular time will have power over you. The moment you decide, you will use the choices you have in your life and break yourself from this repetitive, boring, tiring, circular motion of life, getting stuck, rut. Your life, if it is CCTV'd, video recorded 24 hours for 1 year, only less than 10% of your movements will be new. Whether the way you get up from your bed, or the way you go to your restroom, wash yourself, or the way you grab your breakfast, or the way you get into your car and go to office, till the way you come back to bed and do or don't do your bed rituals. The whole thing, only less than 10% will be new. So 90% of your life is filled with the brain fog, and you will understand very seriously why you are having that deep feeling stuck, because you forget your possibilities, your choices, your abilities to break this boring, tiring, circular motion of time. Having a breakthrough, going for different choices, different possibilities, using different tools. I tell you, the more you use your body, the more it will become healthy. The more you use your ability to inspire yourself and others, more you will be living excited life. Inspiring yourself and inspiring others opens up so many possibilities, choices in your life. It removes boredom. I tell you, again and again, anyone who does the work of Kailasa, especially enriching and causing, will be 10 times more productive. Just the other day, I received a message from one of our Sarvangasana Yajaman. His wealth has expanded to 10 times more. I said, this is for everyone who does enriching. See, enriching, either you inspire yourself or you inspire others. You break from the circular motion of life, the circular time, the excitement and inspiration and possibilities and choices opens unimaginable doors. Especially when you enrich yourself and others about Kailasa, it is directly injecting yourself and others with the nectar of Paramashiva. Paramashiva Amrita. Paramashiva Amrita. Which comes from vertical time zone. I have seen in my life people who want to get enlightened, who enter into the organizations which is already well built, comfortable, luxurious, cozy life, like good rooms, good life, everything is there. From morning till evening, your routine is defined. They rot and die the worst death and waste their life. People who enter organization like us, Kailasa, alive. Here from scratch you need to build. Inside or outside. You are only given the spiritual tools and supported with ecosystem. For example, I have accommodation for more than 1,000 people in Adi Kailash. At least 1,000 people. And comfortable rooms, maybe at least 200 rooms we may be having, all put together. And other than that, the 1,000-bed dorm, so many things are there. But I always make sure when newly people come for enlightenment, either for sannyas or brahmacharya, I make sure they stay in the temple, start building from scratch. I could have built huge stone temples and structures long before. But I am building enlightenment ecosystem, not organization. I am not here for some real estate wonders, architectural wonders, just to create some architectural wonder, real estate wonder, to go gaga about. No. I am here to create enlightenment ecosystem. Listen carefully. Once Paramashiva, my guru, Arunagiri Yogishwara, told me directly and initiated me. He said, all your ideas about whether you are qualified, whether you understood, everything only is in the level of length, breadth, depth, dimension. But time is beyond all these three dimensions. So the protection of Mahakala Bhairava, manifestation of Mahakala Bhairava, the power of Mahakala Bhairava is beyond all your self-doubts, self-denial, self-hatred. It is pure transmission through initiation. With this powerful cognition, he initiated me. Now, empowered by Paramashiva as the living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I give you the same initiation. You will all experience the pure freedom, power of time. Time in the dimension of time itself, which is beyond length, breadth, depth, all self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial. I channel that Paramashiva's initiation Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, through me into you all. Om. Through this initiation, I give you the power to break free from the brain fog. Look at all the choices, powers, possibilities in your life. Expand, expand, expand beyond self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Time in its pure dimension of time itself is freedom. Listen. Multiple times when people get my answers for their question, they feel, oh God, what a big breakthrough. I never thought that choice exists for me, that possibility exists for me. How I did not even look at that possibility which was in my plain view. How did I have so much of blind spots? Because you are filled with brain fog. Break from the brain fog. Listen, I'll give you some of the incidents. How people had breakthroughs with the possibilities. Actually, when you see your possibilities and powers and start analyzing, start stepping beyond your brain fog, that circular time rut, and start looking at the possibilities, the strength and the courage and excitement, inspiration you manifest in all dimensions. One person came and told me, Swamiji, you instructed me so many times to make my family connected to you, but I am not able to inspire my daughter to be connected to you, to connect it through devotion, feeling connection. She's making her own decisions and choices. I said, don't worry. Nothing to worry. I only want one child from you. Plan for one more child. That's all. If your daughter makes her own decisions, she carries on with her life, don't worry. Plan for the next child and bring that child up. Grow that child with intense, powerful cognitions and initiations. Send the child to the Gurukul. The moment he started looking into this possibility, the power, excitement, intensity, everything he started manifesting gave breakthrough for him in all dimensions of life. Whether in his relationship, in his wealth, health, enlightenment, power manifestation, because when you break this circular time, that rut of circular time, repetitive, frustrating, boring, tiring, unable to solve and handle the issues, that kind of a pattern and mental setup, and step beyond the new possibilities and excitement and inspiration. I said, when you step beyond the brain fog and start seeing things, different world opens to you. He was shocked. He said, yes, Swamiji. How did I not look at this possibility? Why did I not think about it? I said, that's what is brain fog. You are not too old. You are young enough. Plan for the one more child. Let your daughter know. Swamiji does not want to disturb her decisions and freedom. Let her live her life. No problem. Plan for one more child. Bring that baby consciously and evolve, raise for the life of Hinduism and enlightenment. Send the child to the Gurukul. Over. Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
Nityanandam, to all the participants that are sitting here with us live, witnessing this beautiful Paramashivoham program. I complete with all of you for the delay we had in starting the session. As we just now understood from Swamiji himself, such powerful cognitions on how to decode time and space. What is time? What is space? We understood this at a very different level from what we are taught through modern physics. Am I right or not? How many of you were able to feel that this session took you to a much deeper level of understanding than you have ever had in your life? I request each of you to right now go ahead and share in the chat section. Right now, as you were watching this powerful session, what was the powerful click that you got on decoding time and space? Take a few minutes. I request each of you to go ahead and post your powerful cognition on the decoding of time and space. I request all of you who are joining with us to settle down and turn on your cameras. Ma Sonal Kulbhushan, Ma Anupama Menon, Ma Tanya Gebbia, Nityanandam, please turn on your camera and sit because we are going to be entering into a very beautiful process. Yes, thank you, Ma Sonal. Ma Maluhia, Ma Chunyu, Ma Ramani Devi. I request all of you to come on camera right now. And take a moment to post. What did you cognize? What was your understandings about this session that we just received from Swamiji? Yes. Ma Karini, Ma Julisala, Ma Sarala, Ma Priyatma Surupini, Ma Sangeeta. I request all of you to come on camera. And settle down. Post your powerful cognitions. What clicked with you about this greater science of time and space? What did you understand from this session? If you see, Swamiji has revealed this science at a very different level from modern day physics. When you cognize this time and space within you, you understand what is brain fog, right? Swamiji revealed about brain fog. The blind spots and delusions in your life. Wherever you feel stuck, that is what is brain fog. You know you don't like the breakfast, but you continue to eat it because you forgot to remember you had options. So now, to cognize, to overcome the limitations of time and space, that we cognize, oh, I'm bound like this, I'm bound like that. To overcome that, pen down in the last 24 hours, how many moments did you have? How many new moments did you have? See, how many things were a new transformation in your life? Because when we get stuck in this brain fog, when we get stuck in our own delusions, that is when we enter into the Kala Chakra, the loop of time and space. But when you decide to liberate yourself, you will see new things start happening to you. So right now we have to first diagnose where are we currently, right? I request all of you now to pause, to think a little bit about in the last 24 hours from the previous day till today. How many new moments did you experience? For example, did you change your hairstyle in a new way? Or did you try out a new cuisine? Did you try a new yoga asana to sit in during your free time? Just the number of actions you took the whole day and mark the new ones. Which ones were actually new? Just you can go through your list from the morning, from the last 24 hours. What are all the different actions that you have taken? And see, of these actions, what is new in me? What are the actions that are new for me, that were an expansion for me? And you can pen these down and see. So as you're doing this process, if there's anyone that has any questions, feel free to go ahead and post it in the chat section. Right? And now take a moment to share if you are comfortable with sharing. You can share how many new actions were you able to see in your day that you performed. Was it 10 actions? Was it one action? Just I request all of you, if you are okay with it, go ahead and okay. Ma Priyat Ms. Rupini are asking, what makes us to get brain fog? What should one not do to have it? Okay. See, actually, ma'am, Swamiji reveals that brain fog is the time when you get stuck in something. You create a delusory issue that you feel you cannot overcome. That is what Swamiji defines as brain fog. So, what to not get stuck in brain fog is Swamiji reveals to keep on expanding. When you keep doing something new, when you do not allow yourself to get stuck, that is when you are yourself overcoming the brain fog. Ma Shreya Gupta, Ma Manandeshwari, if you don't mind, you can go ahead and share. What did you feel? How many new things were you doing in the day? Ma Sonal, take a moment and share. How many things were you able to identify within the last 24 hours that you did new in your day? Now, for the second step of having yourself cleaned from this brain fog, look in and pen down the problems that you see are repeating in your life. They keep on repeating. Every time you make the same mistake in work. Shreya Gupta, you're able to say you did 6 new things. Now look at where all you repeat the same mistake or you have the same problems again and again. It can be every time you go well prepared for the interview, for your exam, and then suddenly in the middle of the exam you forget it. It can be you make a decision today, no matter what, I'm not going to get angry at anyone in my family, in my work, and I'm going to be compassionate. I'm not going to get angry at all. But then somehow, without you knowing, the next moment you're angry. Like this, what are all the repetitive incompletions you are able to see in your life? Go ahead and pen these down. just see all these repetitive problems that keep coming up again and again in your life. Write down the reason that these problems happened in your life. Now, for each problem you wrote, what do you think is the reason? Was it your self-doubt? Was it your self-hatred? Or was it your self-denial? Out of these three C's, what caused this happening to happen? What was the reason that this happened? Look in and pen this down now. For each one of the repetitive problems, okay, Ma Cecilia, you have posted. Okay, you have posted that you're having some issues. See, Ma, what that feeling? You will see it is repetitive in your life. The feeling of deficiency. You will feel that wherever in your life, in any relationship you have gone through, you will feel, oh, I'm not enough. So now, just diagnose. See, Ma, this whole process is meant to get us out of these brain fogs, out of these delusions we have put ourselves in. So just go through this process, Ma, and start identifying where all in your life you're able to see that this incident, where all it has happened, is it coming out of self-doubt? Is it coming out of self-hatred? Or is it coming out of self-denial? Just look at this, Ma. Look in and see. By the end of this process, you yourself will see you're liberated from it, Ma. From this pattern, these feelings that you are going through. So just go ahead, Ma, and look in and see. Out of these three, where is the source of this feeling? Self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial? When you feel not enough, are you doubting yourself? Are you hating yourself? Or are you denying yourself? So how many of you have finished penning down? Go ahead and post yes in the chat if you have finished penning down all the places, whether it's coming from self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial. Are we all done with this step of the process so that we can move into the next step? See, Ma, don't go directly for, oh, I'll remove the STHT and convince him, then things will change between us. See, Ma, no. Just diagnose. The first step for finding a solution is diagnosis. If we try to jump to conclusion, so this is my problem, let me stop this, everything will become fine. No. Look and go through the whole process, see at each level, okay, when I'm having this pattern, am I enjoying my self-doubt? Am I encouraging my self-hatred, or is it my self-denial? Which one of these is it? When you just look into this, Ma, it is not about I complete my HDHD and I will convince. No, it will not be a convincing, Ma. It will be a transformation from within. Everybody in our life is nothing but the way they behave to us is the way we expect them to behave. Now, let me just tell you, just simply in this exact example you have given. In you, let's say you doubt yourself so much. You doubt yourself, I am not enough, and therefore in the other person that feeling is reflected. If someone hates your very guts, it is not because of their hatred. It is because somewhere inside you are cherishing self-hatred that is manifesting at the other person. If someone is jealous of you, somewhere you are cherishing the jealousy about yourself. Therefore, that is projecting in the outer world. It's not about convincing. It is about transforming the very cognition you are holding. Are you understanding this, Ma, Cecilia? Yes. It is the projection which is happening. So that is why Swamiji always says it is not by mass revolution that something should happen. It is only by individual evolution that peace can happen. So even in a relationship, when your cognition changes, oh yes, till today I have been cherishing this self-doubt about me. It has nothing to do with the other person. And now the last step of this process where we are going to be completing that, you will see just the cognition shift which happens. That will automatically cause a change in the outer world without you having to do anything. You will not have to go and tell him anything. You will not have to go and do some actions to prove him anything. No. Just a cognition shift. He will call you and tell you, you know, I was mistaken about you. That is the transformation which will happen. Just your cognition, you will see how outside life changes even without you doing anything. Yes, ma'am. So now, for the fourth step of this process, go beyond this circular time rut. It is a circular time rut, that's what Swamiji says. I do not feel enough about myself, so other people do not feel enough about me. I feel unworthy of myself, so other people feel unworthy of me. I feel arrogant about myself, so other people feel arrogant about me. But in every level, you have the option to change it. You have the power to change it. See, we are forgetting our options. We are not having the guts to use all the tools with which we are empowered as consciousness. Now, look at all the choices, powers, possibilities in your life to expand beyond the self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial. See, Ma Cecilia, it's not only transforming the cognition. It is about cognizing, oh my God, this is not the way I have to live my life. This is not the way I have to live my life. When you cognize that, Ma, you will see the reaction from the other person will also change. So write down now, what are the options you have to live your life? Ma Shreya Gupta, Ma Vera Agastino, Ma Sonal, I request all of you to write down. What are all the actual options you have? Wherever you wrote, wherever you feel the repetitive problems are happening. For each of those, what are the actual options you have? When you have recognized, oh, this is coming out of my self-hatred. If you drop the self-hatred, what is the possibility that is actually open for you? Write that down. Now, slowly relax. Only this awareness is needed. Just this awareness is enough. You will see a complete transformation. Yes, so Ma, you're saying I'll cognize what I want as a fundamental change in my life. Once I intensely declare this, I'll visualize this desire and manifest it into reality. Then what I perceive as reality will be different. Or let's put it another way, my reality will be different. Is this what you mean? What I mean is, Ma, you don't even have to do the second step of thinking, oh, will my reality be different? You only have to do, I am deciding from today to live with a new cognition. And automatically the reality will be different. So you do not even have to consciously will it into a reality. No, you just need to decide. From today, I'm not going to hold this thought current. And it itself is powerful enough to become as your reality. So let us all now manifest the powers. Let us enter into the power manifestation session. Are we all ready? We are going to be manifesting, continuing the manifestation of the power of Akashic readings, where you'll be able to scan and tell anything that has happened on a particular date, or tell the history of any particular object. Different ways of manifesting this power are there. So how many of you are ready for this manifestation? I request you to go ahead and post if you are ready to start. Okay, let's get started. Now I'm going to be giving a date to all of you. And you're going to be scanning what exactly happened on that date. So the date I'm going to be giving to all of you is the 10th of March 2013. The date is the 10th of March 2013. I want all of you to know. Remember, this power manifests only when you look into the form of Swamiji. This power of Akashic readings manifests when you look at Swamiji's form. So what you do is, you will keep a deity of Swamiji or an Atmamurti of Swamiji, or if you do not have any of that, you can just keep a picture of Swamiji also. Put the Jnananjana if you have on your third eye, put it on Swamiji's third, if you have. Intensely, with your two eyes open, with all your three eyes, look at the form of Swamiji and ask the question. The question is, what happened in my life, in Ma Shambhava's life, at the date of 10th March 2013? Chant the Mahavakya intensely and you will see in bright golden letters on the form of Swamiji, you will see the answer appearing. So now connect to Swamiji, start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Just connect to Swamiji and see what are the letters, words that Swamiji is showing you. He'll show it exactly in golden letters.
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So keep all your three eyes open, keep your two eyes also open and your third eye open. And through the third eye, with your two eyes, look at Swamiji's form. You will see it physically appearing on the picture of Swamiji or on the Atmamurti of Swamiji. It will not come as an abstract. It will come exactly in golden letters on Swamiji's form. That is how you know you have manifested this power of Akashic field. Okay, now go ahead and post. Go head to the chat section and post what it was Swamiji revealed to you. What letters, what numbers, what sentences did Swamiji show you in your third eye? Now, okay, I see Shreya Gupta, you've posted rain, Rajya Sabha, saw some steps and huge crowds. Okay. What about the others? Ma Cecilia, Ma Sonal. Go ahead and post what Swamiji showed you. Ma Priyatma Surupni. Yes, I'll tell you the answer now. Exactly what happened on the day was the day I got initiated into the Bhautika Brahmacharya, the Krama Brahmacharya. I became an official part of the Kailasa's sovereign order of Kailasa's Nityananda, the part of the monastic order of Swamiji. That was the exact day I was 7 years old. I was 8 years old, sorry. And Swamiji had initiated the first batch on the day of Mahashivaratri into the Kavi day, into the Kavi. So that is the day that actually was the 10th of March 2013. So Ma Shreya Gupta, I do not remember rain, but I know that we did go to the Rajya Sabha during the course of the day. Some steps is interesting because and huge ground is also interesting because we first went to a different hall which is called the Chit Sabha, and we had the very ritualistic initiation where we had to take the bhasma and put it on our body. And from there, we actually crossed the whole expanse of the Adinam and we went to the opposite end where was the Vaidya Sarovar. So if any of you have seen the Vaidya Sarovar, you'll know that it's fully stepped. So it's like a step pond. So steps and huge ground both are a very beautiful manifestation of the exact visual I hold about that day. So that's beautiful, Ma. Now, with that, we'll be entering into the next session, which is where we are going to understand how to go beyond time. For all those of you who have ever thought in your life, if I just had more time to do what I wanted, this session is for you. Because in this session, you're going to learn how to conquer time, how to be liberated from the effects of time. Let us now listen to these powerful cognitions directly from Swami.
few basic truths. Please understand, every sacred secret, every sacred truth I am uttering, every word need to be internalized and internalized. Do not sit with the intellectual tiredness. Usually people have this pattern. Tell us finally what we should do. No, things don't work like that. Please understand. Every word I am uttering matters. I'll give you a small example from my own life. One of my guru, Annamalai Swamigal, in course of conversation he told me that we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. When I was sitting alone and contemplating about it, we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. What does he mean by it? I actually experimented. I took a knife and cut my thigh to see whether we have pain or not. Of course, I had pain and I was taken to hospital and stitches were done and all that has happened. But I could not think what my guru uttered is lie. I was continuously contemplating. I had a yoga guru. He was also a Paramahamsa. One day he explained, he usually comes to the house where I was born and brought up. He will come home early morning, 4 o'clock, and drag me out of the bed and take me to the temple and teach yoga. I was a kid. Sometimes the moment I am out of bed, he will make me drink coffee so that I will not go back to bed. One day he was telling, see, before coffee, how you feel that you want to lie down and nothing other than sleep matters. Just a cup of coffee, you are ready to listen to me, and suddenly I became more important. Yoga becomes more important. All the ideas that you should do yoga makes more sense. Without a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should sleep makes more sense. Just with a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should do yoga and take care of your health, build your body so you can get enlightened. All these ideas make sense. He made a very important statement which I want to translate in English for all of you. He said, the physiological, psychological, neurological effect on you is not you. Please understand. One guru made a statement, you are not the body. The other guru made a statement, the physiological, psychological, neurological effects happening on you is not you. How many of you click with that second statement? Actually, both statements finally mean the same, but the second statement suddenly made so much sense to me. Yes. Please understand. Because I could see my seeking is not just equivalent to a cup of coffee, but a cup of coffee can make such big impact. It can just drive away the sleep, make the whole yoga happen in me with enthusiasm, excitement. So when I was analyzing, cup of coffee cannot be equivalent to my seeking. Or equivalent to me. Understand? The idea he conveyed to me, my yoga guru, is whether you have the feeling sleeping is more important, that is my first priority, I don't care about anything else, or you feel no, after a cup of coffee, the thought current, no, I have to be doing, this has to be done for my enlightenment, for my growth. Whether you have this thought current before cup of coffee or thought current after cup of coffee, both thought currents does not matter. Both thought currents are not you. Both thought currents are empowered by you, not you. That is what the master, the first guru means, Annamalai Swamigal means, you are not the body, you are not the mind. When Annamalai Swamigal told me, you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are beyond pain and suffering, the statement did not make sense for me. But when my yoga guru explained, physiological, psychological happenings are not you, it really made sense. Come to the space of listening. The first statement I am making, please listen. The first statement I am making, time is a matter. Second statement, it is not absolute as you think. Please understand. Now I will make these statements into your experience. These two are the Mahavagyas now. When you perceive this world through this body, you can never doubt the authenticity of this body or the authority of this body. But when you are perceiving the dream world through the dream body, This body does not have authority over you. Please understand. When you are perceiving dreams with the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. Same way, when you are perceiving this world through this body, the dream body does not have authority over you. When you understand there is a body which has authority over you at some time, does not have authority over you in some other time, you can understand this body also has authority over you sometime, does not have a right over you in some other time. Listen. As long as you perceive this world through this body, you think this has authority over you. You can't understand a space without this body. Same way, because you are constantly perceiving the world, because you are constantly perceiving your reality through time, you think time is absolute and it is truth, just like how you feel your body is truth. Listen. I'll repeat the essence. When you see, perceive this world through this body, you take this body as authority. Sometimes you question this reality, but not this body. When you are so busy in doing business with currency, you forget to question the authority of the currency. That itself is a myth. When you are doing business using diamonds, you forget to question the authority of the diamond. You are so busy in giving 100, taking 50, giving 200, taking 400. You forget the diamond itself is not something precious, or it does not have an authority other than created demand. Please understand. I am not questioning, I am not saying don't do business. All I am trying to tell you is understand the stupidity, you can play with it beautifully. The moment I understood, it clicked with my system that physiological, psychological effects on me is not me. So much liberation, such liberation. Such a beautiful space. It was such an absolute ecstasy. Knowing even that ecstasy is not me. When you know even the joy happening in you is not you, the joy stays with you permanently. All joys disappear the moment you try to grab them. The first truth, time is a matter. And it does not matter. Time is a matter and it does not matter. You can manipulate it as you can manipulate your body. Understand? You can make your body big or small with certain practices, diet control. You can manipulate it. You can play with it. Same way, you can play with time. You can play with time. How? We will see next. But some of the basic truths, you can play with it. I'll try to share with you all a conversation I had with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It's too personal and intimate, but I think I have to share so that you will understand the concept of time as Mahadeva explains in Agamas. One day I was sitting and talking to him. I was just so much in love, awed by his presence. It will always be for spending time I will be talking. There is nothing serious about what I am talking to him. That is why how much ever I try, I am not able to recount or recall everything I heard from him. Very less only I am able to recall, because all the time I was only awed and just I want to spend time with him. That was the purpose. So talking is only secondary. I was talking so that he will not get up and go. To make him sit, I have to talk. Listen carefully. The conversation was about time and space. He was trying to explain time and space to me. It is time you understand every statement, so that it becomes just part of you. You also need to know the value of one single truth hitting you properly. Please understand, it was just one single truth. My understanding about, just a cup of coffee, only that much is the gap between me and my seeking. It was such revelation. The laziness and powerlessness and the powerfulness I felt after a cup of coffee. I understood very clearly, both are not me. I am something beyond this too. Just that one understanding liberated me forever from all the physiological and psychological ups and downs. Never ever I had any respect for the physiological, psychological ups and downs in my system. And you don't know what great liberation it can be. The discussion was about time and space. I was asking him, some questions about Kala Bhairava. That is the way the conversation started, and he was trying to explain the time and the effect of time on our system and our understand. Naturally, I could not grasp everything immediately. So the conversation boiled down to, he was trying to explain to me, time is just your mental experience, mental perception. It can be imploded or exploded. Listen, it can be imploded or exploded as you want. So naturally it was too much for me. Then he touched something in my very personal life and explained. Of course, it is a very intimate conversation, but I'll share it with you all because it will do good to all of you. I had the problem of bedwetting as a child. So, when I was talking to him, it was around maybe I was 11. At that time, I used to have that problem of bedwetting. He just picked up my hand with a lot of care. He was trying to guide me, asking, when you have a bedwetting, what goes on in your dream state and deep sleep state? I slowly described, I contemplated and described. I used to feel first my bladder is full. Then I'll feel in the dream that I am in a restroom and I should relieve myself. And then in next few minutes, I'll only feel my bed is wet. I explained the step by step. He said, exactly, this is time. Please listen. It was such powerful click for me. I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said, how the moment your bladder is full, your brain can create the restroom which is not there and give you the comfortable feeling you are protected, safe, you are in a proper place, please relieve yourself. Only after that signal goes to the body, the internal organs decide to relieve and relieves itself. The pressure inside you to perceive something, to have some experience, creates the concept of time and gives you various experiences. pressure inside you, that bladder is full, creates the restroom ambience in your brain, which is actually not there, but gives you a comfortable feeling, you can relieve yourself. Same way, desire to have certain experiences, that pressure inside you creates time which is not there and gives you various experiences. I'll try to convey much deeper the same truth further. Now you understand this much. The whole idea of time is your will and decision. I can give you 100 examples. When you are sitting with somebody whom you like or doing something which you like, your passion, you don't know how the time passes. Time gives you a different experience about you, about life, about world. But when you are sitting with somebody whom you don't like, or when you are doing something about which you are forced, time gives you different experience about yourself, world and life. This one small example I have seen in my own life. Morning 5 o'clock, early morning 5 o'clock to night 11 o'clock, I will be sitting with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I don't know how the sun rises and sun sets, but at night, few hours when I need to be in the house, away from him, I'll move the clock 10 times, thinking that it is not moving, it has stopped. I'll feel why the nights are so long. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. Every time, time is determined by your feelings and psychological conditions, not by clocks. So learn to have nice time always. Whatever now I am sharing, most of you may know that ideas, nothing new. But I am trying to set the context so that I can lead you into the deeper understanding, especially the experience to make these understandings permanent. Time is a matter it does not matter. It can be manipulated as you want. You can play with it as you want. one more understanding I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara about time. Listen carefully. The whole life is just a vast canvas. Space is the canvas. Imagine 200-mile length canvas on which lot of paintings are there. The paintings which you already perceived is called past. The painting you are perceiving is present. The painting you are going to perceive is future. But the truth is, all three exist. All three exist. Next statement I am making. Please listen. First statement I am making. Past, present, future, all three exist. And the next statement I am making, you can alter all the three. We always think, if all three already exist, how can I alter my future? If it is already existing, how can I alter? Understand? The painting exists does not mean you can't add something to it. Your powerlessness, I can't add something to it, only makes you stop adding. And very important statement I am making now. Not only you can alter the future, you can alter your past. How? We will make. You can alter your past. One, time is a matter, it does not matter. Second, your psychological ups and downs, physiological ups and downs are not you. Next, your past, present, future exists now. Next, it exists now does not mean you are bound by it. You can alter not only your future, even your past. The absolute freedom from time. Listen. Consider this line, straight line, as present moment. Now, every thought happens between past and future. Please listen. Actually, from morning I am giving you different truths about time. Now all those zigzag puzzles will fall in place if you just grasp this one. All thoughts, it can be as simple as feeling like having a cup of tea, or as complicated as politically strategizing for some victory. It can be as simple as wanting to have a cup of coffee, or as complicated as political strategizing for some victory. Any thought Thought means movement between past and future. Thought means nothing but you move to the past and future. This is past. Let's consider this as past, and this as future. The center movement, present. Where the present meets the past and future, that moment is now. This is that now. Present. Understand, if these lines symbolically represent time, means this board is the space. Symbolically, this board represents space. On space only the whole time happens. Space is the most subtlest matter on which the play of time happens. Just understand this example. Your movement between past and future is thought. Like you jump from here to there to here to there to here to there to here. That is what I call your perception about you, life, your existence. Your existence is nothing but the movements. Because till you know your real reality, as of now, whatever you know about you is nothing but your thinking. Am I right? Is there anything you know about you more than your thinking? Anybody? If you know something more about you, more than your thinking, this seat is for you. See, whatever you know about you is all based on your thinking. So, I can very comfortably assume your thinking is your reality, as on now. Am I right? So, it is all about you jumping into the past and future, past and future, past and future. That's all is your thinking. That's all is your, what you call as you. See, what I call as you is much beyond than what you call as you. So now I am talking about what you call as you. It's all about movements between the past and future. And I want you to know, it has a direct utility in your life's balance sheet. So please don't think it is some philosophy, it is some metaphysics, it is some intellectual stuff. Allow every word to enter into you. It can increase your everyday balance sheet. Double. It can increase your everyday balance sheet. So allow this understanding to set into your system. I can make you alive. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. If a fly sits on the filth and sits on the rice again and again few times, you can't eat the rice anymore. This is filth, this is rice. If you sit too much on the past and sit on the future, it is not sitting on the future. Understand? Now, I have not said anything, everyone understood. It is not sitting on the future. There is something called chronological time. How the clock moves. there is something called psychological time. The psychological time is the unit of the psychological time. Listen, the unit of the chronological time is 1 second. Understand? 60 seconds is 1 minute, 60 minutes is 1 hour, like that. The unit of the psychological time is the gap between one thought and the other thought. If it is more, means you have a lot of inner space. You take life sweetly. A rich man. Understand? Even the word rich is too small. I'll say, a man who has enough of inner space to take his life is a royal being. Means the gap between the one thought and the other thought is more. If the gap between one thought and the other thought is too less, you are a worker, Shudra. And if there is no gap and you are not even able to handle what is going on inside you, you are a Panchama, Chandala. If the gap is more, you are a king. If the gap is too much, you are a Brahmana. The psychological time, the unit of the psychological time is the gap between one thought and the other thought. The ultimate richness is the inner space you have and the way you take the life. The way you take the life decides whether you are a royal being or not. Not the zeros in your bank balance. Not the zeros in your bank balance, the way you take the life. The way, the inner space, the amount of inner space you have, and the way you approach the life, that decides your royalness, your bigness. Listen carefully. Your inner space. What do you call as you? Tahara Akasha. Tahara Akasha. It's a Sanskrit word. What do you feel as you? Inner space. Pratyagatma or Takarakasha. Takarakasha is a more precise word. Your inner space. If you hit your inner space with a powerful cognition, that powerful cognition explodes as power, awareness, pure consciousness, super consciousness, higher level of existence in you. The same Taharakasha, your inner space, if it is hit with the patterns, it gets reduced into something called time and boring lifestyle. Listen carefully. Every pattern gets settled in your inner space, makes you time bound, means you will feel days and months are passing, but you are not doing anything. You don't know how the time is passing. It is just going. Suddenly you remember next year is here. Suddenly you remember next year. Suddenly you remember, oh God, one more birthday. And you don't know what is going on, what you are doing. Understand? More patterns, more unconscious, more delusion, more you become time bound. That is why Kala Bhairava is described as ferociousness. This is exactly I learned from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He says, whenever you are ferocious and break one pattern, you gain 1 hour extra in your life. Understand? I'm giving you a rough example. Sometimes when you break one pattern, you may get even 3-4 hours extra. Means that 24 hours chronological time is different. Consciously, how many hours you are living, that psychological time is different. Phenomenology of the time. Listen. In reality, chronological time does not matter for your existence because you are a conscious being. A being just takes birth, eats, reproduces, ages and dies. For that being, chronological time is enough. But you are not that kind of a being. You are a conscious being. You have a purpose to exist. You feel desire, fear, greed, wanting, not wanting. You have choices. And you feel your freedom to choose. Understand? The moment you feel you have a will, you are a conscious being. So how many hours are available for your consciousness, your awareness? That psychological time matters. Every time you are ferocious and break a pattern, you gain time. You gain conscious extra. Conscious longevity. Understand? In Hindu tradition, we have two. One, increasing the physical longevity. Another one, increasing the conscious longevity. Veda, Ayurveda. Ayurveda is all about increasing the physical longevity. Body functioning with health for long period. Veda is all about consciousness functioning more. Understand? Every time you break a pattern, you have more psychological time available to you. Living in Kailash, Kailasavasi is all about making the maximum conscious psychological time available to you. Of course, I do work on your body, detoxification, giving you the best organic food and make your body also long, live long. Let's first work on psychologically conquering psychological time. I'll repeat what you have to write. The strong thought currents, powerlessness, incompletions from the past, which is influencing and driving you into your future. Those powerlessness moments, why you decided to become wealthy, why you decided to become powerful. If it is out of passion, great, no problem. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen down that. Let's catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. 94th verse, 22nd technique from Shivanyana Upanishad, which is part of Shivagama. Chittat yantaha kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. I'll translate and give you the precise method. The essence of this verse is reliving is relieving. Means the past powerlessness which is influencing your thinking, relive those incidents, not remembering. Please understand, there is a big difference between remembering and reliving. For example, something happened in your life at the age of 8, 9, which is still influencing your thinking. I have seen people getting influenced by something happened when they were 3, 4 and all. They are 57. Something happened at 7 influences them. One man came to me and said, I never go to beach, Swamiji. Even if I drive through the beach roads, I shiver, sweat. I have a panic attack. I asked why. No, at the age of 7, I went for a walk with my father. I saw murder happening in a beach and we ran away from that spot. From that spot till I can't, now I am 57, I can't go to beach. 40 years, the pattern with which he is suffering. Sometimes the past influences you so much. See, carefully listen. You are now 57, something happened at the age of 7. If you remain as 57 and visualize what happened at that age of 7, that is called remembering. Reliving means forget your present identity. Just dump it, throw it. Become that person. At the age of 7, what intelligence you had, how you were, visualize and become that person. Enter into that person's physiological, psychological frame. Take few minutes and meditate on that person. Become that person. Then relive. When you relive, all the powerlessness accumulated in your nervous system during that incident, it may be emotional suppression or the identity crisis, various guilt, pain, suffering, it will all just few basic truths. Please understand, every sacred secret, every sacred truth I am uttering, every word need to be internalized and internalized. Do not sit with the intellectual tiredness. Usually people have this pattern. Tell us finally what we should do. No, things don't work like that. Please understand. Every word I am uttering matters. I'll give you a small example from my own life. One of my guru, Annamalai Swamigal, in course of conversation he told me that we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. When I was sitting alone and contemplating about it, we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. What does he mean by it? I actually experimented. I took a knife and cut my thigh to see whether we have pain or not. Of course, I had pain and I was taken to hospital and stitches were done and all that has happened. But I could not think what my guru uttered is lie. I was continuously contemplating. I had a yoga guru. He was also a Paramahamsa. One day he explained, he usually comes to the house where I was born and brought up. He will come home early morning, 4 o'clock, and drag me out of the bed and take me to the temple and teach yoga. I was a kid. Sometimes the moment I am out of bed, he will make me drink coffee so that I will not go back to bed. One day he was telling, see, before coffee, how you feel that you want to lie down and nothing other than sleep matters. Just a cup of coffee, you are ready to listen to me, and suddenly I became more important. Yoga becomes more important. All the ideas that you should do yoga makes more sense. Without a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should sleep makes more sense. Just with a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should do yoga and take care of your health, build your body so you can get enlightened. All these ideas make sense. He made a very important statement which I want to translate in English for all of you. He said, the physiological, psychological, neurological effect on you is not you. Please understand. One guru made a statement, you are not the body. The other guru made a statement, the physiological, psychological, neurological effects happening on you is not you. How many of you click with that second statement? Actually, both statements finally mean the same, but the second statement suddenly made so much sense to me. Yes. Please understand. Because I could see my seeking is not just equivalent to a cup of coffee, but a cup of coffee can make such big impact. It can just drive away the sleep, make the whole yoga happen in me with enthusiasm, excitement. So when I was analyzing, cup of coffee cannot be equivalent to my seeking. Or equivalent to me. Understand? The idea he conveyed to me, my yoga guru, is whether you have the feeling Sleeping is more important. That is my first priority. I don't care about anything else. Or you feel no. After a couple
After that beautiful session, directly from Swamiji, the science of conquering time. What you all understand as the science to conquer time? Which part of conquering time did you click with the most? I request all of you, see, this is a very, very powerful science that Swamiji has revealed. He has revealed to us the science of how to conquer time. First, I request all of you sitting here, Ma Shreya Gupta, Ma Karini, Ma Ananda Parameshwari, Ma Virupaksha, all of you can come on camera. Ma Anupama Menon, Ma Chunyu, Ma Ramani Devi, Ma Huang Mei, Ma Maluhia Mona, Ma Cecilia, Miss Bobby, Mrs. Bobby Ravi Kumar. Jayalakshmi, I request all of you to come on camera. What did you understand from this session? What is the powerful cognition you had on this session? As you were listening to Swamiji. Swamiji revealed about the science to conquer time. What do we need to do? Thoughts are time. If we just come over our thoughts, we will overcome time itself. Swamiji is saying to write down all the thoughts that are coming up in you right now. I request all the participants now first, take a few minutes now and write down all the thoughts that are coming up. Any thoughts are coming up, just take a pen. Any sort of thoughts may be coming up, just write those down. I request all of you to take a pen and paper and write down all the details of the different thoughts. Your thought is time. When you are able to cognize and master your thoughts, you will automatically master time. The next step, once you have written down the last few minutes, all the random thoughts that are coming up. Now write down all the things that you worry about in your life. It can be your family, it can be your parents, it can be your job, it can be your relationship. It can be the wealth in your life, it can be your own body, your health, it can be your mental health. Anything in life that you are worrying about, write that down. Request each one of you now, write down all the things that you worry about in your life. From morning till night, sometimes even through the night, what are all the things that worry you? What do you worry about constantly? You maybe worry about it in sometimes. All of your worries, things that you worry about, write those down. Now, slowly write down the next step of the process. So, I hope each of you have finished writing down all the worries that you may be facing in your life, wherever you see worries coming up. Are we all done writing that down? The next step that Swamiji is telling us to do, to be conquering time, to be liberated from time. Write down beside each emotion that the impact your worry causes in you and others. Besides the emotion, what is the impact that the worry that you do causes in you and in others? How does it affect you? How does it affect others? Write this down. There's a very funny story which Swamiji says, where there was once a man who went to a barber and the barber asked, "Hey, just few years back you used to come to me for a haircut. What happened? You're completely bald. He says, I became bald because of worry. And the Baba was like, worrying about what? Worrying about losing my hair. He lost his hair because he was worrying about losing hair. That is what our worry is. It impacts us needlessly, causelessly. So do now go ahead and see the effect, the impact your worry has on yourself and the others around you. Now, slowly relax. You can open your eyes. And just now, as we get into the power manifestation, see the completion of the whole body, the whole mind, all the worry that you see yourself facing in life. See yourself dropping it at Swamiji's feet. You will see how just by doing this, the powerful cognition will manifest. You will see the result of this as a power manifestation. So I request all of you now to get ready for us to get into a beautiful power manifestation session. Do go ahead and set up yourself, get ready. Keep your Atmamurti, because this power of Akashic readings only manifests by seeing the form of Paramashiva. Only when you're looking at his physical form, you will see this power manifesting. So please go ahead and get your Atmamurti ready. Put Jnananjana if you have it. As we are going to be now enjoying and witnessing the manifestation of Paramashiva through each one of us. This round of the power of Akashic readings, what each of us are going to be doing is you're going to be scanning the birth date of a person when it is shown to you. So I'll be projecting the picture of one person and you are going to be scanning the birth date of that person. So the year, the month and the date. Are we all ready for this? We're going to see how just this simple completion process will manifest as power. Okay. So now, just connect to Swamiji. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in your inner space. Now, you have the picture of the person. Just connect to Swamiji and scan. What is the birth date of this person? Yes, now each of you can go ahead and post what it was Swamiji showed you in your third eye as the date of this person. Ma Ananda Parmeshwar, this is not third eye, Ma. This is the power of Akashic readings, finding the date of birth of a person just by seeing their picture. So you can scan and see who is this, what is the birth date of this person. Okay, Ma Sangeeta has posted May, July. What about the others? I request all of you to post Ma Nirantara, Ma Priyatma Surupini, Ma Virupaksha. Go ahead and post. Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Veragastino, Ma Nitya Gautama. Request all of you to post. What is the exact birth date you saw? Ma Sangeeta, you can go ahead and post the year also. And you also, Ma Ananda Parameshwari, go ahead and post the year that Swamiji is showing you. Yes, Nityananda, Ma Jun, you too can participate and post the birth of date of birth of the person that was just now projected on screen. Okay, Ma Ananda Parameshwari saw 16th April. Yeah, I'll be showing now the answer. Okay, Ma Nirantara saw year 1854. Let me show you now the answer as to what was this person's birth date. So this is actually the portrait of one of the Siddha Purushas and the freedom fighters for Hinduism. His name is Veera Pandya Kattabomman. His name is Veera Pandya Kattabomman, and his birth date is 3rd January 1760. He was born in 3rd of Jan 1760. That is the birth date of this being who Swamiji himself has recognized and said that he was a Siddha Purusha, an enlightened being, and he had a deep feeling connection to Lord Muruga of Tiruchendur. This is Veera Pandya Kattabomman. So with that, now we'll be entering into the next session. This next session is going to be very powerful about going beyond the time. So once we have learned how to conquer the time, now we're going to be understanding the context of mastering it, of going beyond it, such that it's not even relevant to us. The simplest way to do that is to move to the next dimension. Swamiji has revealed about the 7th dimension of the cosmos, which is Nityatva, the plane of eternity, the space of eternity. So let us now listen to directly from Swamiji about this Nityatva, the science of eternity.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Completion. Purnatva is the decision you make with super determinism, everything is complete in pre-time space, past continuing into the present, evolving as future, and future merging back into the timeless zone. Listen to this whole circle. Meditate on this. Time before the time started. Space which existed before even the time started. First. Then, second, past. Whatever you think as past. Third, past merging into present. Fourth, the present. Fifth, the present merging into the future or evolving as future. Next, the future. And the next, the time, the space which is going to be beyond the future, after the future. So understand this whole circle. I'll repeat now. Space before the past, past merging into the present, present evolving as future, time, space which is going to exist post future. Listen deeply, this whole circle, this whole thing. Purnamata, Purnamitam, Purnat, Purnamutachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevavasishyate. In this whole 7, let me repeat. The space before the past and the past itself. Past falling into the present. Present itself. Present evolving as future. Future itself. And the space which is going to be after the future. In all these 7, completion, even when it is taken out of completion, exists as completion, because only completion can come out of completion, can be established in completion. Nothing other than completion can be established in completion or can come out of completion. Other than completion, nothing else exists. Purnamata, Purnamidam, Purnat, Purnamutachyate, Purnasya, Purnamataya, Purnamevava Sishyate. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Listen. The first statement, first powerful cognition. The space before the past. Today I am going to make 5 important powerful cognitions. After the initiation is over, all of you try to sit and write in your own hands. Don't try to type. Write in your own hands these 5 powerful cognitions at least 11 times so that it becomes part of you forever. So listen. Space before time, before the past first. Then past itself means time has begun. So the past. Then past entering into the present. Then present itself. Then present evolving as future. Then future itself. Then the space which is going to be after the future. This 7 is called eternity. Nitya. In this 7, only 5 past merging into the present, present evolving as future, and future. This 5 is called Nirantara. This 5 is called Nirantara Tattva, and all the 7 put together is called Nitya Tattva, Nitya Satya. Completion, Purnatva, is Nitya Satya, not just Nirantara Satya. So listen to these statements. All the 7 put together is Nitya, eternity. Just this 5 is Nirantara. Completion, Purnatva, is Nitya Satya, not just Nirantara. If you are working for Nirantara completion, you will be failing. If you understand the completion is Nitya, you will be winning, succeeding, manifesting. So I am repeating. Listen. I am repeating. Space before the time. First. Second. Past. Third. Past moving into the present. That's the fourth. Then present itself. Fifth. Present moving into the future, evolving as future, and future itself, and the space after the future. See the circle clearly. Space before the past, the past, past entering into the present, present, present evolving as future, the future, the space which is going to be after the future. Understand? This seven is each graha. Actually, in astrology, there are only 7 grahas. The time before the past, the space before the past, evolving as the past, is shadow graha, Rahu. The future merging into the space after the future is Ketu, shadow graha. If you have a little listening, you will understand how the Navagraha in Hindu tradition is defined. The space evolving as time and playing this whole game. So, you need to know the difference between these two. All the 7 put together plus 2 shadow space, shadow graha. All the 7 put together is called Nitya. Only the 5, past entering into the present, present evolving as future, the future. Only this 5 is called Nirantara. Listen. Now the next statement is too important. All of you work for the completion based on the idea of Nirantara. You want to be complete in these 5 zones. But understand, completion is actually the principle of 7 zones. All the 7, including these 2 shadow graha. That is what the Ishavasya Upanishad declares. The space before time, pre-time, that was completion. From that completion, time is evolving, means that is also completion. All these places are completion, and entering back into completion, because the whole eternity is completion. Purnamata Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavasishyate. This is the Paramadvaita Satya for completion. This is the Paramadvaita Satya for completion. Understand everything is completion, then you will understand there is no destruction. The food you ate becoming energy is not destruction. If you understand, that is the purpose you even eat. Why you eat? Because you want the food to become energy, get digested. Huh? Oh, I put such a nice, tasty, good rasagulla, idli, halwa, dosa inside, but see what comes out. Hey, the purpose of you putting that inside your mouth is that to become energy, and what needs to leave, need to leave. You can't say that it is a destruction happening inside your body. No. Understand, if you look at the angle of Nirantara, you will see creation, sustenance, destruction. Apasmara means throbhava, forgetfulness, delusion, and then liberation. But if you look at from the angle of eternity, Nitya, Purnamata, Purnamidam, Purnat, Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevava, Sishyate. Listen, Nirantara is 5, Nitya is 7. Don't bring the 2, Rahu and Ketu here. They are shadows. They do not have a independent, intelligent existence. Of course, they are energies. But they are always dependent. That is why they are described as a part. So now understand, listen clearly. Purnamata, Purnamitam, Purnat, Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevava, Sishyate. What I know as completion, incompletion, of completion, completion entering into incompletion, incompletion becoming completion, all is completion manifesting out of completion and merging back to completion, because even if completion is removed from completion, completion remains as completion. What is removed also is completion. What remains also is completion, because completion only can come from completion and live as completion and go back as completion, and completion exists as completion. Even when the part of completion is removed from completion, even as both parts, they both remain as completion. So listen. What I am initiating all of you now is Paramadvaita. These words are initiation, not ordinary satsang or ordinary discourse. This whole existence is just Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva. See this cosmic dance, Prabanja Tandava. This was described by me personally to one of my disciples, from my third eye to his third eye, and what he saw in his third eye he drew, and finally he forced me to co-sign as the painter. He said, because you revealed every step, I only held the brush, you painted, and I co-signed as a painter in this Prabanja Tandava, cosmic dance. Now, understand, this whole thing is just this cosmic dance. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. Space before the past, the past, past merging into the present present evolving as future, the future and the future, space beyond and after the future, the space after the future, all these seven put together is called Nitya. All the seven put together is Nitya. Just the five, past, past entering into the present, present, present evolving as future and future. Just this five is Nirantara. Completion is not the principle restricted to Nirantara. Completion is the principle Satya of Nitya. The first mudra of the dance is this, because starts with Nitya, not Nirantara. Nitya. The 120-degree vision is Nirantara, 360 is Nitya. 360 is Nitya, 120 is Nirantara. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevava Sishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Ananda Bharati is messaging, no one is existing to listen. No. I exist to teach, you exist to listen, both of us exist in the completion. No one is existing to listen is Shunyavata. No, that is not the ultimate truth. I exist to teach, you exist to listen eternally in the space of completion. Is the Purnavada. Is the Purnatva Satya. When you exist, you exist. When you don't exist, you don't exist. When you exist, you are completion. When you don't exist, you are completion. Whether I exist, I am completion. Whether you exist, you are completion. Whether I don't exist, I am completion. Whether you don't exist, you are completion. When you listen to me, you are in the space of completion. When you don't listen to me, you are in the space of completion. When you understand, you are complete, you are in the space of completion. When you don't understand, you are in the space of completion. You are still in the space of completion. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevava Sishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. The space before the past is Shukra, Ashura Guru. The space after the future is Brihaspati, Devaguru. I'll teach the astrology based on this great completion later. Now you listen to the truth of completion, Paramadvaita, and get initiated into completion now. So these 5 statements, understanding about Nitya, understanding about Nirantara. If your completion is focused on Nirantara, you will be struggling, sometimes complete, sometimes incomplete, ups, downs. If you understand completion is the principle centered on Nitya, not Nirantara, you will understand perpetual completion. Food is eaten for digestion. Digestion can never be branded as destruction. Universe is generated for digestion. So all digestion process should not be branded as destruction. All you need to do is enjoy the cosmic dance in your inner space. Let Nataraja Tandava, Prapancha Tandava happen in your inner space. Let Nataraja Tandava happen in your inner space. Om, 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 Om. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevava Sishyate. You don't need to give up any effort you are doing. You just need to know you are already complete and your efforts are completion, and the results going to come out is also completion. Completion, putting the effort to be complete, and completion is going to be the result of this completion's effort to become complete. Action centered on Ananda, not the friction. Action centered on Ananda is Karma Yoga. Action centered on friction is Karma Roga. Action centered on Ananda, Purnamada, Purnamidam, Purnat, Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om 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 Om. Listen to this statement. There is no existential evidence cosmically that time as manifested in reality as past, present, future, even though the units to measure the time is created for comparative reality. Let me repeat. Cosmically, no evidence, no proof is available for the timeless space becoming time, like past merging into present evolving as future, and future. All these 5 actions, cosmically there is no evidence, even though you have the units to measure them. The comparative reality. Just listen with a little patience, deeply. Even though you have millimeter, centimeter, kilometer to measure the length. Units to measure the length may be available in comparative reality, but the independent existence of the length is not established. Anything which has a comparative reality existence alone, not the existential reality existence, may have measuring units created for the utility purpose by human beings, but cannot be given the status of existence. That is the reason the timeless space becoming past the Rahu, timeless space absorbing the future called Ketu, these two are given shadow graha status, not the existential graha status, because still we do not know whether really time has happened or not yet happened or never ever happened. A man who has woken up from the dream does not have any residue, impact of the dream state left on him for any evidence or proof to establish the happenings of the dream is real. So we consider dream was only comparative reality, not existential. Same way, past, past merging into present, present, present evolving as the future, all these five has no existential evidence left in our consciousness. So it's still considered to be only the comparative reality. Please understand. Existence of the measuring units does not establish the existence of the dimension itself. Existence of centimeter, millimeter, kilometer does not establish the existence of the dimension called length. The centimeter, millimeter, kilometer is more like a comparative reality. That does not establish the existence of length dimension itself. So, neither your calendar, chronological calendar, Gregorian, any calendar you use, nor the movements of the stars establish the credible existence of time. Consciously measuring units like milliliter, centiliter, liter, all these measuring units does not prove the existence of the viscosity of a liquid. Understand? The viscosity of the liquid exists only in comparative reality. I am actually talking about multi-dimension. Whether the length, breadth, depth, or the length, breadth, depth together these dimensions the units to measure these dimensions are not enough proof for the existence of this very dimension. If something cannot exist as independent intelligence, it can be only considered as the existence of side effect of some other existence, but not its own existence. I'm just giving few seconds for all of you to digest what I am trying to convey. In simple statement, let me convey, anything which you see in comparative reality is not able to convince the existence about its existence. In the level of consciousness, the dreams you see during your dreaming period is not able to impact your waking reality to establish its authenticity in reality. Maybe during that time, in your brain fog, some of the visualizations leaked from your inside boiling and perceived by yourself as some scenes and happenings. That's all. Otherwise, dreams are not able to impact your real existence and prove the validity of their existence. Same way, the comparative reality called past evolving into present, present evolving into future, and future, this five cannot and is not able to create an impact on the consciousness to prove the existence of this comparative reality called time. That is why the connecting points of Nityatva and Nirantaratva is called as shadow grahas. Nityatva as cosmic existence. Nirantaratva as no cosmic existence, it only as a comparative existence. The comparative existence is not able to establish it even exists on the cosmic existence. That is why these connecting points are called shadow graha. Listen, I am not disrespecting your sufferings in the comparative reality. I am not disrespecting you. Women get very angry when you disrespect their suffering, when they come and try to cry and say, I'm suffering, I'm suffering. When you don't listen and disrespect their suffering, they get very angry. And I am telling you, I am not disrespecting your suffering, I am just denying it. Sorry if you are hurt. My intention is not to hurt you. Intention is to wake you up. Listen. When I deny your suffering, instead of waking up to reality, if you get angry with me, you are only going to delude yourself more and more. Now, you take the responsibility to establish the fact that you are suffering into truth. So you go to any extent to prove that you are suffering. That is where you land in suicidal thoughts, actions and tendencies. Abhasmara is you deciding to prove your suffering is real and start doing stupid things to prove your suffering is real to others. Just stop being stupid. You are not going to gain anything by establishing your suffering is real to anyone. Any pattern which extends itself to shrink your life, responsibility, possibility, power as conscious manifestation is suicidal. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, we welcome all the participants, every one of you. All the participants, the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants are sitting here with us today. And we have been learning a lot about time, what is time, space, continuum, and many different powerful revelations just in this one powerful dimension of time. Swamiji revealed how Kala, how it exists as Nirantara and what is Nitya. What is the difference between Nityatva and Nirantaratva? And how, just by understanding this, we start manifesting the principles, powers, possibilities, and qualities of being established on eternity. Even the understanding we have about eternity is far limited to what it is actually. So I request all the participants just take a few minutes and please share with us what all did you understand so far from what Swamiji revealed as to what is the Nityatva dimension, what is the Nirantaratva dimension. Take a few minutes. I request all the participants to please post it in the chat. How many of you are enjoying these powerful revelations from Swamiji? Oh my God, each of these are like, you can do a PhD just on one powerful cognition that Swamiji gave. Like each thing is like that. So I request all the participants to take a few minutes and post what all are the powerful cognitions that you have understood and what all are the clicks you had. And even if you did not understand, but you remember something, you want more clarity on something, you have some question, feel free to post it. See, this Nityatva and Nirantaratva, the very understanding we have is completely different from what is. What is this Nityatva dimension? What is this Nirantaratva dimension? This is what we are going to, all of us are going to be understanding now. And first, before we enter into this, I request all of you to take a few minutes, spend a few minutes and write down the powerful cognitions you're having. See, the moment you start thinking, just cognizing, it is not just past to future. There are 7 units of time. Can I request all the participants to post? What are the different units of time? Swamiji here revealed 7 units of time, and we request all of you to post. Okay, I also see a question from Ma Sangeeta. Yes, Ma Sangeeta, if you're here, please post yes in the chat. If you're here and listening. So the question is, Nityatva is completion, Nirantaratva is not completion. How do I apply this every day? Beautiful question. Now, first thing, the moment the cognition about time starts transforming, evolving inside of us, the very perception we have about our own life, completions, incompletions, what are your powerfulness? What are all your powerlessness? All these things will also start shifting. Each one of these will start transforming. First, are you understanding this? See, every time you start having a particular reaction in you, for example, whenever you are powerless, angry, or incomplete, if you just look in, you will remember your own past. Like, for example, you're irritated. The same face, the same reaction you had, that photograph, that particular moment's photograph is what you will be actually flashing inside of you in your inner screen. So when that is running, you will exactly, that same thing is what you're going to be reflecting outside also. You're not when you're actually having the remembrance of your incompletion. Of course, you are not going to be remembering something about your happy moment and having that photograph running inside. So first, you start transforming the very cognition that you carry inside of you about Nityatva and Nirantaratva. First, to start even shifting this, we need to first understand what are we established on. When you say Nityatva is completion, Nirantaratva is not completion. Just this one understanding will start shifting you so beautifully. The very perception you start having, you'll start looking in, hey, is this cognition of mind coming from Nityatva? See, once you know something is a delusion, you will not want to go on engaging further with the delusion. Once you know, it is not just the past, past entering into present, present, present entering into future, and future. This alone is not what is time. There is a space before the past even happened. There is a space even after the future. I am going to continue existing. Or am I existing or not existing? You will start focusing on that first person of you, the very source of the first person of you, because you will start questioning the very core, the very source of you, which is called as the pure question. In Hinduism, we have a beautiful Upanishad called as the Keno Upanishad, where it will question, Kene shetam patati preshetam manaha, Kena prana pranava praiti yuktaha, Kene shetam vachamimam vadanti. It says, it's like a pure questioning again and again and again and again, as to questioning the very source of the source. Not who am I, by whom am I? Am I existing? See, these questions are very, very, very important. Listen carefully. The moment you bring your awareness as to how you are existing, see, this one statement, Nityatva, is completion, Nirantarapa is incompletion. It is not the completion. Means what? Your mind will start thinking, hey, right now, me reacting in this moment, is it established on Nityatva or Nirantaratva? In Nirantaratva, you cognize even up to this taking birth again and again and again, birth and death, birth and death, birth and death. This much we cognize. But in Nityatva, you also cognize that you existed even before you assumed the body. You exist even after you assume the body. So you are not just the body. Your body also. So who am I? By whom am I? What is my source? What is the very source of my first person? Take a few minutes and look in. Understand, just the moment you look into your first person, try to trace back to the origin of the source of this very first person. You will understand that it is like so powerful example Swamiji gave. Paramashivoham's own reflection in this universe is yourself. Your first person's original source in the parallel universe is Paramashivoham. Understand? Like how Swamiji revealed, if a swan, a Paramahamsa is flying in the sky, the swan's reflection falling on the swimming pool, at that moment, that reflection thinks, oh wow, I exist. And that reflection with its small waves that keeps coming and going, with those waves, it feels disturbance. That waves up and down, that makes it feel like, oh my God, I'm being disturbed, I'm having this incompletion, I'm having that incompletion. But does that reflection really exist separately? No. That is why Swamiji is telling again and again, look in, go into the source of a first
And
person. The
most-
moment the reflection looks at the swan, what will happen? It will realize that it is the source. The water is not touching it. The waves in the swimming pool is not going to hurt this reflection because the source of the reflection is this Paramahamsa. That Paramahamsa's swan, the bird which is flying. It cannot hurt the reflection because the reflection is centered into its source. Are you understanding? Why this is so important is the moment you start just tracing, see whether your decision to smoke, drink, to be addicted to something, it is repetitive. Anything which repeats in the circular time motion is within the field of Nirantaratva, but not Nityatva. The moment you cognize the existence of Nityatva means you are eternal. Don't just take the statement you're eternal. Take the statement, cognize the statement, the powerful cognition Swamiji gave by again and again chewing upon it. Swamiji said there are 7 units. There is a space before the past and there is a space after the future. What is it? All the patterns that are there, just cognizing. You don't need to do something with that, just cognizing it. It will liberate you from your addictions, from your patterns. They will simply drop you. So suddenly, when Sangeeta, suddenly when your friends see you, they'll just be amazed at, oh my God, what happened to her? How come she's so blissful? How come all her, her qualities, everything was just so wow. That would be the effect. Just of this one cognition. Just a chewing upon this, you will be liberated from kala. No more time will be binding you. No more any kind of a repetitive patterns. Anything that is repetitive, which comes in a circular motion, is only under Nirantarata. That can never ever bind you the moment you shift yourself to Nityata.
And this experience, ferociously being able to experience this space, awakens inside of you when you manifest, when you experience that pure questioning. This is what seeking will take you to. When you constantly question the source of the first person, when you seek, not getting settled with any other answer that life gives you, till you experience that source, that will lead you to making you understand the space of Nityatva. And that's what Swamiji tells, right? Only present moment has the door to enter into Nityatva. Any other moment other than present moment is only Nirantaratva. Only when you're in the present moment is the door to Nityatva. Whenever you're tuned into the present moment, you can directly experience the Nityatva space.
Yes. So Ma Saroja Aptish has posted all the 7. I'm just going to be reading it out. You're right, Ma. Space before the past, past merging in present, present merging into the future itself, and the space beyond the future. All these 7 are Nityatva. Nirantarata is past merging into present merging into future, and future. This we all know. But beyond these 5, there is a space that is before the past, and there is a space beyond the future. That 7, when you start cognizing, you get centered on Nityatva. Clear? So far, all clear? Any questions anyone has? Feel free to post. Just take a few minutes and sit and meditate upon this one powerful cognition from GST. What is it that time before the past means? We all know past, something that has happened. So if something that has happened is past, then something that has happened before the past should be part of the past. Then what is the meaning of space before the past. What does it mean? Look in. Try to get that answer. We all know future. Future means what? Something that is going to happen. But Swamiji said, future and something beyond the future. What does that mean? How does that exist? The moment, just sit and contemplate, do manana, shavana, manana, nididhyasana. Shavana means listening. Manana is internalizing. I request all the participants to sit sincerely and do this internalizing. Sit, contemplate, and keep on questioning every answer you get. Please sit, close your eyes for a few minutes, and contemplate on this powerful cognition Swami is given. And anyone has any questions further, please post it. See, even these retreats, even if you just meditate on them, cognizing them, taking time to understand them, it will lead you to so much of depth and clarity in life and will prepare you to experience great. Please relax. How many of you are realizing just this one cognition is making you like literally come out of multiple levels of issues? You need to keep doing it. How many of you are seeing that each thought happening in the present is becoming a past, and each thought is a pull from the future expectations or emotions? How many of you are seeing that there is always your mind jumping from past to future, past to future, past to future? Take a few minutes and please share that here. Now we're going to be entering into the next session where Swamiji is going to be revealing much deeper revelations to us on what is time. This is going to be a very powerful webinar on decoding space and time. So let us now listen to the revelation. Following this, we are also going to be having a very interesting session. We are going to be having the Kailasa's interfaith session that's going to be happening with multiple panelists joining from various religions, different countries, and very prominent leaders are going to be joining us in today's panel. So the participants of the Paramashivoham program are going to get to experience this unique panel, and you also are going to get to ask questions to the panelists. So feel free to post your questions, and this is going to be live right after we listen to this revelation now from Swamiji. So now let's listen to some profound revelations from Swamiji on decoding time and space. This is a very powerful webinar where Swamiji is going to be revealing to us what is this time-space continuum and how exactly does that function. How you can experience time. Is time a delusion or is time a reality? We're going to be learning about all of these great revelations in the session now. I request all of you to provide a complete listening and let us prepare ourselves to receive the revelations.
Listen. Time in its three dimensions: linear, circular, vertical. When it is understood, mere understanding and conscious decision to use it is enough to get all the boons, blessings, powers, including enlightenment from Paramashiva. All the disciples, get ready, sit sincerely with absolute integrity. Now the initiation starts. Every word now comes out is direct initiation. Listen. Time in the linear level. When you understand the time in linear motion level, with your ideas about length, it is a calendar. Morning, evening, next day, next week, next month. past week, past month. Just calendar, mere calendar. Time understood in the dimension of length is mere calendar. It can be 10,000 years past, 10,000 years future. Mere calendar used to document the history. That's all. Time understood in the level of breadth, little more than the level of length, in the level of breadth, is Panchanga, where the idea of the linear movement of the time, the documentation of the calendar is substantiated and supported with the knowledge of how the stars move in the Bhumandala, or how the stars are perceived in Bhumandala. That is the understanding about time in the breadth level. Understanding about time in the depth level is astrology. The movements of the planets, Adityadi Navagraha Devatas, Aditya, Soma, Mangala, Buddha, Guru, Shugra, Shani, Rahu, Ketu. These 9 grahas, their movements, 12 rashis, their impact, 28 nakshatras, their influence, and Indradi Dasadik Balakas, their contribution. All these put together, when you understand time, it is understanding about the time in the depth level. That becomes a science called astrology. If you understand the time in the dimension of time itself, like inner image of the time, it's a pure consciousness and freedom. What Paramashiva reveals in Vedas and Vedantic truths. Please understand. Veda and Vedanta, Agama and Agamanta, all 4 is evolved by Paramashiva himself directly. In the Vedantic Upanishads, Paramashiva gives clearly the inner image about the time, what time feels about itself is absolute freedom. All human beings who take me seriously, all my disciples who take me seriously, note this point. If you spend few days without cell phone, any contact with the outer world, where you are all alone, you only know the sound of the silence and the nature. At least few days. It can be a week or a month, up to you. At least few days, if you spend, time will introduce itself to you. In the dimension of time itself, anyone who gets introduced about time by time, you are blessed and initiated into the other dimension of life. Listen. How much ever I try to convey, time in its inner image is the freedom you may try to imagine, visualize. But if you spend few days with the absolute silence of the nature, where only the nature's sounds speak to you, there is no other verbalization from the society, at least for a few days, you understand that time is freedom. Let me repeat. Time perceived, experienced, cognized just in the level of length is calendar. Time perceived, experienced, cognized in the dimension of breath is Panchanka. Calendar substantiated with the cosmic movements of stars, grahas. Time perceived and understood, cognized in the dimension of depth is astrology. All the impact on time and by time on you, all the impact time receives from the cosmos, its impact on you. Understanding this whole depth is astrology. Adityadi Navagraha Devata, 12 Rashis, 28 Nakshatras, Dashadik Balakas, their collective influence on you is understanding of time in the depth level. Time understood in the level of time dimension itself is freedom. I will make this knowledge as a practical experience for you. Listen to me intensely. Listen to it intensely. I can introduce time in its inner image inside you through unclutching. I can make you experience the sound of cosmic silence. Anahada Dwani. Inside you, by unclutching you, especially my disciples who have given the spiritual GPA to me. I have the moral and conscious right to enter into your inner space and unclutch you. Whoever gives me that right, I will initiate you now, right now, and lead you step by step into the next level understanding. Next, circular experience of time. This is the arch probably of Mahakala Bhairava. Listen. In this motion, in this movement, memories, patterns, ideas, experiences, perceptions, cognitions, incidents go on repeating, including life and death. Just a repetition, 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 repetition. This repetitive pattern, circular motion of the time should be pushed behind you. Push it behind you. Do not entertain, entangle, engage with it. Do not try to correct the incidents. The more you try to correct, the more you will get sucked into it. How Mahakala Bhairava puts the circular motion of the time behind him. Push it behind you. Third, vertical time. The vertical time is experienced in your life only when you are in intense samadhi state. Normally, for a common man, when he is really in an absolute oneness, either during the initiation with Paramashiva or during the puja with the deity, or rarely during the sensual pleasures. If you listen to some music deeply which you really enjoy, few moments you experience vertical time. If you eat some food after a long time which you really enjoy, for few minutes you settle down and experience vertical time. If you had a deep touch pleasure experience, it can be sexual or massage or romance, anything related. Deeply when you settle down inside, few seconds you experience vertical time. Either during the initiation or the extreme moments of pleasure, you get the glimpse of vertical time. If you get it during the initiation, it will be repeating again and again and raising you to the higher zones without tiring your body and mind. You will raise your consciousness more and more, stronger and stronger, powerful. With sensory pleasures, Because the senses and its abilities are limited, the travel in the vertical time zone is restricted by the capacity of your body. That is why going through the route of the sense, 5 senses, pleasures, is less recommended. Going through the route of initiation, getting empowered by samadhi state, nirvikalpa samadhi state, is the most beautiful way of raising yourself to the vertical time zone. Listen. Time perceived in the length dimension level is calendar, chronological time. Few million years in the past and few million years in the future. Just chronological calendar. Time perceived and cognized in the breath dimension is chronological calendar supported, substantiated by the cosmological events, like the movements of the stars, planets, all that. Time perceived, the dimension of depth is astrology. How? The cosmological events and movements of grahas, rashis, nakshatras, and digbalakas directly impact time, and how that time impacted by the cosmological beings impact you. This science is astrology. If you want time's self-introduction, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, is the best state where time introduces itself to you. An absolute freedom. Then comes circular time, circular motion, circular dimension of time. Repetitive. Births and deaths. Trillions of times goes on and on and on till your consciousness consciously decides to step out of time from that circular rut. When you push that circular dimension of the time behind you, you manifest the powers of Kala Bhairava. You conquer time. Time becomes just maybe I should say your servant. It does what you want. It does not bind you anymore. And time in the vertical zone can get anything your consciousness wants, including enlightenment. That is the ultimate. Time in the vertical zone is the Trishul Mahakala Bhairava is carrying. Time in the circular movement is the probably behind Mahakala Bhairava. Push the circular time behind you. Keep the vertical time for your success in everything. I'll empower you with the time as power. Vertical time. As far as the experience of time, cognition of time, the moment you understand its various existence, its various dimensions of existence, its various levels of existence, knowledge liberates. Knowledge becomes power. Krishna knows the impact of planets on the Mahabharata war. That knowledge, simple knowledge, he played with it and changed even the impact of the planets and made Pandavas one. On Amavasya, if the war starts, only Kauravas will win. But already both sides agreed on Amavasya they will start the war. So what to do? One day ahead of Amavasya, Krishna gives Darpana. Sun and the moon both got terrorized, frightened. Hey, how can Krishna give Darpana one day before the Amavasya? Is something wrong? I think somebody gave false information to Krishna. He need to be told that Amavasya is tomorrow. So both of them rush to Krishna. Before Krishna offers the pinda, they rush and tell him, Prabhu, you forgot Amavasya is tomorrow, but you are giving pinda darpana today. Did anyone misinform you? Krishna smiles and says, what is the definition of Amavasya? Sun and the moon said, when sun and the moon meets, planet Earth. Both of you are here. Today is Amavasya. Done. Go. Receive the darpana. Over. The knowledge he had about the time in the depth dimension, he just manipulated it and manifested what he wants. Listen. I'll give you the knowledge about the time in the dimension of time. It means You will be protected forever beyond your self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial. Understand? Beyond your self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denials, you will be protected. That is the power of the time. When you understand time in its time dimension itself, Trishul is vertical dimension of time. Trishul in Mahakala Bhairava's hand symbolizes vertical dimension of time. The Prabha circle behind the Mahakala Bhairava symbolizes circular dimension of time. Circular dimension has no direct use for any seeker of enlightenment. If you are interested in enjoying the same pleasure, if you want the same husband again and again, same wife again and again, same birth and same type of death again and again, then go and enjoy the circular dimension of time. If you want a breakthrough, step beyond the circular dimension of time. Vertical dimension of time removes brain fog. Listen to this word. Brain fog is blind spots and delusions in your life. Feeling stuck is nothing but brain fog. You know, you don't like that breakfast, but you continue to eat because you forget to remember the options. Forgetting the possibilities and choices you have to have a breakthrough is what I define as brain fog. You have an option in every level, but forgetting the choices, forgetting the possibilities, forgetting the options, not having the guts to use all the tools with which you are empowered. You are empowered with multiple tools and equipments. You have the power of greed, power of making yourself greedy or making others greedy about something. It's a power. making yourself putting in fear, frightened, or you can make someone frightened. It's a power. You can inspire yourself, you can inspire someone else. It's a power. Not using all these abilities to have a breakthrough, not even remembering you have all these choices, is brain fog. Vertical time liberates you from the brain fog. Listen, the circular time keeps the brain fog alive. As long as you have the brain fog delusion, the lifestyle with brain fog, the circular time will have power over you. The moment you decide, you will use the choices you have in your life and break yourself from this repetitive, boring, tiring, circular motion of life, getting stuck, rut. Your life, if it is CCTV'd, video recorded 24 hours for 1 year, only less than 10% of your movements will be new. Whether the way you get up from your bed, or the way you go to your restroom, wash yourself, or the way you grab your breakfast, or the way you get into your car and go to office, till the way you come back to bed and do or don't do your bed rituals. The whole thing, only less than 10% will be new. So 90% of your life is filled with the brain fog, and you will understand very seriously why you are having that deep feeling stuck, because you forget your possibilities, your choices, your abilities to break this boring, tiring, circular motion of time. Having a breakthrough, going for different choices, different possibilities, using different tools. I tell you, the more you use your body, the more it will become healthy. The more you use your ability to inspire yourself and others, more you will be living excited life. Inspiring yourself and inspiring others opens up so many possibilities, choices in your life. It removes boredom. I tell you, again and again, anyone who does the work of Kailasa, especially enriching and causing, will be 10 times more productive. Just the other day, I received a message from one of our Sarvangasana Yajaman. His wealth has expanded to 10 times more. I said, this is for everyone who does enriching. See, enriching Either you inspire yourself or you inspire others. You break from the circular motion of life, the circular time, the excitement and inspiration and possibilities and choices opens unimaginable doors. Especially when you enrich yourself and others about Kailasa, it is directly injecting yourself and others with the nectar of Paramashiva. Paramashiva Amrita. Paramashiva Amrita. Which comes from vertical time zone. I have seen in my life people who want to get enlightened, who enter into the organizations which is already well built, comfortable, luxurious, cozy life, like good rooms, good life, everything is there. From morning till evening, your routine is defined. They rot and die the worst death and waste their life. People who enter organization like us, Kailasa, alive. Here from scratch you need to build. Inside or outside. You are only given the spiritual tools and supported with ecosystem. For example, I have accommodation for more than 1,000 people in Adi Kailash. At least 1,000 people. And comfortable rooms, maybe at least 200 rooms we may be having, all put together. And other than that, the 1,000-bed dorm, so many things are there. But I always make sure when newly people come for enlightenment, either for sannyas or brahmacharya, I make sure they stay in the temple, start building from scratch. I could have built huge stone temples and structures long before. But I am building enlightenment ecosystem, not organization. I am not here for some real estate wonders, architectural wonders, just to create some architectural wonder, real estate wonder, to go gaga about. No. I am here to create enlightenment ecosystem. Listen carefully. Once Paramashiva, my guru, Arunagiri Yogishwara, told me directly and initiated me. He said, all your ideas about whether you are qualified, whether you understood, everything only is in the level of length, breadth, depth, dimension. But time is beyond all these three dimensions. So the protection of Mahakala Bhairava, manifestation of Mahakala Bhairava, the power of Mahakala Bhairava is beyond all your self-doubts, self-denial, self-hatred. It is pure transmission through initiation. With this powerful cognition, he initiated me. Now, empowered by Paramashiva as the living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I give you the same initiation. You will all experience the pure freedom, power of time. Time in the dimension of time itself, which is beyond length, breadth, depth, all self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial. I channel that Paramashiva's initiation Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, through me into you all. Om. Through this initiation, I give you the power to break free from the brain fog. Look at all the choices, powers, possibilities in your life. Expand, expand, expand beyond self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Time in its pure dimension of time itself is freedom. Listen. Multiple times when people get my answers for their question, they feel, oh God, what a big breakthrough. I never thought that choice exists for me, that possibility exists for me. How I did not even look at that possibility which was in my plain view. How did I have so much of blind spots? Because you are filled with brain fog. Break from the brain fog. Listen, I'll give you some of the incidents. How people had breakthroughs with the possibilities. Actually, when you see your possibilities and powers and start analyzing, start stepping beyond your brain fog, that circular time rut, and start looking at the possibilities, the strength and the courage and excitement, inspiration you manifest in all dimensions. One person came and told me, Swamiji, you instructed me so many times to make my family connected to you, but I am not able to inspire my daughter to be connected to you, to connect it through devotion, feeling connection. She is making her own decisions and choices. I said, don't worry. Nothing to worry. I only want one child from you. Plan for one more child, that's all. If your daughter makes her own decisions, she carries on with her life, don't worry. plan for the next child and bring that child up, grow that child with intense, powerful cognitions and initiations, send the child to the Gurukul. Our excitement, intensity, everything he started manifesting, gave breakthrough for him in all dimensions of life, whether in his relationship, in his wealth, health, enlightenment, power manifestation. Because when you break this circular time, that rut of circular time, repetitive, frustrating, boring, tiring, unable to solve and handle the issues, that kind of a pattern and mental setup, and step beyond the new possibilities and excitement and inspiration. I said, when you step beyond the brain fog and start seeing things, different world opens to you. He was shocked. He said, yes, Swamiji. How did I not look at this possibility? Why did I not think about it? I said, that's what is brain fog. You are not too old. You are young enough. Plan for the one more child. Let your daughter know. Swamiji does not want to disturb her decisions and freedom. Let her live her life. No problem. Plan for one more child. Bring that baby consciously and evolve, raise for the life of Hinduism and enlightenment. Send the child to the Gurukul. Over.
Satchidanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, to all the viewers that have joined with us from over 150 countries around the globe, to all the participants of the Paramashivoham program, we welcome each and every one of you for this very special Kailasa's Interfaith Conference. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals, it is time for all of us human beings to collectively come together as one family, going beyond the borders and taking responsibility for the collective consciousness of humanity. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his presidential address had revealed how the corona pandemic and further events has very clearly taught us all that it is high time that as humanity, as a global consciousness, as a global family, we all go beyond borders, beyond any political borders, beyond any religious borders, any created borders, ideological borders, go beyond each of these and come together, unite together, and work together to save the planet Earth. And today, Kailasa's Interfaith Conference is addressing one of the most crucial themes. Beyond borders, Kailasa's call for interfaith harmony and peace. In this day and age where the world is ravaged by war, by economic meltdowns, by warfare, violence all over the globe, it is crucial that we come together to discuss upon, to take our call on various pressing issues around the globe. And today's theme stands on this ground, the importance of going beyond the borders and coming together for interfaith harmony to bring peace. As all of you, all the viewers might be aware, Kailasa has been standing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the grassroots levels through the last 47 years to establish Kailasa and revive the civilizational nation, reviving the longest living civilization, Hinduism, and providing a platform where all the religions, different faiths can come together, and each of us can have an opportunity to bring together religious leaders from different faiths, tradition, to foster dialogue, collaboration, and collective actions towards sustainable peace in the face of ongoing global conflicts and wars. Today, we have distinguished guests who have graced us on this very special occasion, who have joined with us on this very special panel to discuss upon some of the most pressing questions that we have, various different questions that have come together. In this interfaith panel, we will be facilitating dialogues to promote mutual understandings, to creating an open, respectful, inclusive space for each leader to share their experiences, challenges, success stories, and insights related to peace-building efforts from diverse perspectives of their different communities that they come from. We have leaders, opinion makers, and decision makers from various different walks of life, representing various different civilizations that have joined with us to convene in this important discussion, Kailasa's Interfaith Conference. Once again, we thank all the viewers and audience that have joined with us globally from various different countries. All of you can participate in this panel. Feel free to post your questions. You can participate in the discussion actively in the social media channels. You can join in the comment section. And for those of you that are watching us on the Zoom rooms, you can feel free to post your questions as chat messages in the Zoom. We thank all of you for joining with us, and we will now be entering into understanding about the take on peace from different perspectives and different walks of life. and to all the participants, viewers, dignitaries, and all the esteemed guests, the honorable guests, the speakers that have joined. We thank each of you. It is such a pleasure to have each one of you and for the contribution that each of you are doing to the planet Earth, to make planet Earth a better place to live in. And each of you, we are actually having more and more speakers that have been continuously joining us, and each one representing a different community, a completely different background, a different country, and everyone uniting together for one cause. The cause is to make planet Earth a better place to live in. And without further ado, we're going to get started. And to all the participants that are already here with us through the Paramashivoham program, I kindly request all of you to also please be on the camera throughout the session, and you can post any of the questions that you would be having directly to the panelists. You can post it here in the Zoom chat, and we will also be taking your questions. Now, before we enter into the event itself, we would like to introduce we'll take you through a small presentation to give an introduction to who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And I am Her Royal Highness Manitya Tattvapriyananda, and she is Her Royal Highness Manityanandita, and we both are blessed as the princesses of the world's first nation for Hindus, Kailasa. And today, it's an extreme honor to share the stage with leaders from different communities, different faiths, different backgrounds, different walks of life, who are here to share their view with us. And to all the viewers, the members from various different countries that have joined with us, it has been the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's vision to bring together all the various different faiths, religions, civilizations, indigenous communities from around the globe to discuss upon, to come together, to convene, and to discuss our takes on the various pressing issues that has been happening globally around the world. This platform acts as an instrumental tool for us to amplify our voices and stand for this cause. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, since the very beginning, since his descent in the year 1978, has proactively dedicated for the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the first nation for the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide. Hinduism comprises of 10,000 different traditions, flourishing in 200 different kingdoms, and Kailasa stands for all the great values that is enshrined in the Hindu civilization. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been standing with the vision to revive, to give the signs of the super consciousness as enshrined in the constitution of Kailasa, gifting it to the people of various different communities, of various different walks of life, so that humanity at large can benefit from this profound science. And in this panel, joining with us today, we have guests, distinguished members from various different walks of life. We have Her Royal Highness, Princess Palisa Kambole, who is the traditional chief of the Lamini Kingdom in the Republic of South Africa, who is also the member of the Congress of Traditional Leadership and in Gauteng Province in the Republic of South Africa, President of the National Delegation of the State of African Diaspora, the SOAD, Parliament in the South Africa. Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you so much for joining us here in this panel. And we also have Mr. Sargon Thomas, who is the chairperson of the Assyrian Culture Centre of Australia, Melbourne. The Assyrian Culture Centre of Australia is a dynamic organization that is dedicated to celebrating and preserving the Assyrian heritage through cultural festivals, exhibitions, the artistic performances. The center brings Assyrian traditions to life, and it works with artists, craftsmen, and community leaders to safeguard unique art forms, rituals, languages, and traditional attire. We thank you so much, sir. Mr. Sargon Thomas, thank you so much for taking your time. Thank you so much for joining with us in this platform. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Imam Honorable Babokar Jeng, renowned Imam of the Sufi tradition, who offers profound spiritual guidance rooted in the wisdom and compassion. He is a beacon of socio-spiritual reform, inspiring harmony through his exemplary leadership. Esteemed figure of the national TV religious speaker, captivating audiences with his enlightening sermons. Presidential aspirant, a leader dedicating to advancing both spiritual enlightenment and social progress, joining us from the Gambia. Thank you so much, Honorable Jeng. Thank you so much for joining with us, sir. Thank you so much for being here, being who you are, and doing what you're doing.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Joining with us next is Mr. Ernest Duku Jala. He's the head of Secretariat, the Youth Legislative Council, former Secretary General of the Federation of the Liberian Youth from Liberia. Thank you so much, Mr. Ernest. Thank you so much for joining with us. Thank you so much for being here, taking your time and being here with us. Next, joining with us in this panel is Bishop Esther Baptist, District Overseer Bishop of five the International Pentecostal Assembly churches on the island. She's a woman of true faith and compassion who leads by example with unwavering devotion to the service of humanity. She holds fast to the teaching of the Christian Bible, which acknowledges that God, Triune, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is the creator, sustainer of the universe, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. And Bishop Esther Baptiste is joining us from Grenada. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for taking your time. And we also have Her Excellency, Dr. Queen Evelyn Ayo Honesty Levin. She is a resident ambassador of the State of African Diaspora in Nigeria. She is the Dean Ambassador and Executive President, the CEO of the Southwest and African Forum Federation, the SWAF. She is also the founder and national coordinator of NGO in Nigeria called the Child Education and Crime Eradication Foundation, the CECEF. And she is also the president of Indigenous Kingdoms Federation. And she is a grassroots mobilizer. And as such, she prides herself as a woman that have attracted international funding for the establishment of infrastructure in her community. And we have Her Excellency joining us from Nigeria. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for joining with us. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't mind my light. We don't have light, but I'm with you. I'm with you. You're doing well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking your time and joining with us. Next, joining with us in this special panel is His Excellency Professor Dr. Amidou Monday Amidou, and he is the President and CEO and visionary founder of the Youth Education and Leadership Initiative, the YELI International. YELI is a non-profit and non-governmental organization formed out of the pressing desire to rescue a succeeding generation of the human person from education-related problems and leadership challenges. He is also the professor of technology for the Yeshua International School of Theology in Nigeria and Africa. He is also the Change Ambassador for Peace and Humanity, CAPH, and His Excellency, Professor Amidou, is joining us from Nigeria. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for joining with us. Thank you for being here. It's an absolute honor to have you here with us. We also have Mr. Clemente Wafne, the founder, president of Global Compassion, a non-profit in Douala, Cameroon, affiliated with the United Religions Initiative, established in October 2012, facilitating ethical, cultural, spiritual, and religious cohabitation in Cameroon. And Mr. Clemente leads projects benefiting the indigenous, the Sancho community, and supports rural businesses, particularly those managed by women and the youth. He works with members from diverse backgrounds, Christian, Muslim, and indigenous backgrounds to address community issues collaboratively. And we have Mr. Clement Awofne, who is joining us from Cameroon. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here. It's an absolute honor to have you with us in this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
And we have Ms. Jasmine Voiro, and she is the CEO of the Maori Tau Maori Ora Trust, the Maori indigenous tradition, breaking down barriers for the Wānau in emergency housing and experiencing homelessness through traditional Maori and holistic healing pathways. And she is joining us from New Zealand. Thank you so much, Ms. Varu. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's an absolute honor to have you. And you're here representing the Maori tradition. It's a pleasure to have you here with us in the panel. Thank you. And we have Mr. Abduli Jallo, who is the leader for the Fula Indigenous Youth Community and the Bihilio Ward Youth, the chief lead of the Fula Indigenous Youth Community and youth leader of the Bihilio Ward, guiding and inspiring the next generation. He is the organizer of social and spiritual activities among citizens with a special focus on youth and women. He is an inspiring youth Islamic leader, providing spiritual guidance, fostering community unity through religious activities and teachings. And Mr. Abdul is joining us from the Gambia. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your time. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to have you here with us in this panel. And we also have more guests that are joining with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And we also have Mr. Eliu Kamara, who is the principal and Islamic spiritual leader. He's a leader nurturing both social and spiritual well-being within our community and the younger generation. He's the principal of the Grandview Upper and Senior School, which oversees 216 students for both general academics and Islamic and Arabic studies. He's an influential leader of the Jamana community, crafting compelling local movies and dramas integrating spiritual values and peace. He is a dedicated teacher of financial and business management for the youth. And Mr. Kamara is joining us from the Gambia. Thank you so much, sir. It's an absolute honor to have you here. Thank you for taking your time and joining with us in this panel. And we also have with us Apostle Dr. Adengo H. Kamara. He is the founder and general overseer of the Jesus Evangelical Ministries International. He is the executive president of the Missions Forum International in Sierra Leone, a network of missions-minded pastors and church leaders from the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Adengo Kamara. Thank you, Dr. Kamara, for joining with us. It's an absolute honor to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much. We have, to all the viewers, our panelists are change makers. They are decision makers, opinion makers who very proactively influence the life of thousands of people from various different cultures, various different religions, various different backgrounds. We have members who have joined with us representing various different faiths and traditions, various different indigenous communities, indigenous civilizations. Together, this panel aims to provide a platform for all of us human beings to come together, going beyond the boundaries of faiths and religions, and in fact, coming together as one global family in discussing how we can propel further the global peace further by implementing various principles that our respective faiths and religions stand by. This is a wonderful panel, and we are very, very excited to have the guests, the distinguished members of the panelists who have joined with us. We are eager, awaiting to hear your insights on various questions that we will be addressing today. And I would like to now announce the agenda and what we will be addressing today. What are the different topics and subjects that we will be covering today in our panel discussion? In our panel discussion today, we are going to be covering some of the most important aspects. First, we will be understanding about religion and the relevance of religion, unveiling the ultimate purpose of each religion. And once we cross that, we will be entering into fostering inclusivity, embracing diversity in peace-building efforts amidst the conflict zones that is happening. And after that, we will be covering the youth empowerment for peace, cultivating interfaith understanding and tolerance through education in conflict zones. And after that, we will be going towards the conclusion, one of the main purpose of this panel, which is partnering for peace, strengthening collaboration between governments, NGOs, religious communities, indigenous civilizations for conflict resolution and peace building. This interfaith panel aims to bring together leaders, members of various different traditions from around the world towards the aim of becoming partners for peace, where we strengthen collaboration between various different communities, various different countries, various different governments, various different civilizations to establish conflict resolution and peace building. And we also will be sharing a lot of gifts to all of you, all the members that have joined with us. It's an absolute honor once again. Thank you so much, each of you, for being who you are and doing what you are doing for the society. Kailasa has aims to bring forth this experience where we transcend the boundaries, we transcend the borders towards the collective aim of creating a planet that is a happy home, to build, to forge a future where we are going beyond the borders. We are seeing beyond the borders as countries and coming together as humanity at large. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the legal inheritor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms and the successor of multiple Sarvagnya Peethams, Paramashiva's the ultimate supreme godhead, Paramashiva, and which is called as the Sarvagnya Peetha, the all-knowing spiritual seat of infinite knowledge and seat for excellence. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked on the grassroots level, starting the revival of Kailasa, which represents the longest living civilization, the Hindu civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a reigning monarch of more than 21 various different indigenous kingdoms of Hinduism. And from the young age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has dedicated his life towards the revival of Kailasa. And here, this gives a brief overview of the timeline of the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, starting from his very age of 3, as young as 3 years of age. And we once again are very excited to have all of you. And we will now be entering into the Interfaith Panel, into the Interfaith Conference, Kailasa's Interfaith Conference. And the first segment of it brings us to understanding religion and its relevance. The purpose of each religion, every religion, ultimately leads to one purpose, one principle that it embodies. Each religion has something unique to contribute to the humanity. It strengthens the roots of various different important pillars of what is needed for humanity to forge a peaceful future. So the first question that we have for all the distinguished panelists is to address the importance of religion and why and how it is relevant for today's world. And we would like to start with Mr. Sargon Thomas. If you could please go ahead and address this from your point of view. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so sorry, it's ready.
Mr. Thomas, are you able to hear us, sir?
I can hear you now. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit Yeah, I have some technical problem now. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And you know, I would like to say, sorry. Is
Go
it
ahead.
okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You're audible.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. If you can hear me, you know, well, so yeah, I just say thank you very much. I'm greeting everyone and I'm welcoming everyone, and I'm proud of being a part of this panel, discussing, you know, very important issue that human being faces all over the world, which is the problem of peace. So before I start to say anything about that, I would like to give a definition about the peace. So from emotional point of view, peace is a kind of, you know, having, let me say, an environment that, you know, has quietness and relaxation and those things. However, you know, what we are talking now about is about active peace or active peace building all over the world. So, you know, the world, you know, may live in humanity, in cooperation, in acceptance, in diversity, and in multiculturalism, and all that, you know, it could be, you know, achieved if we, you know, realize the actual background of, you know, peace being broken or peace being not achieved. So, for example, if you are talking now about what's happening in Middle East, the conflict in Israel between, let me say, the Israel government and Gaza, that, you know, so many people, you know, getting killed every day. So if you, you know, ask Palestinian, for them, peace is about having independent state. But at the same time, if you ask Israel, she may say, well, you know, peace without security does not work for us. So now we can realize from this point of view that peace related to security and related to independency. So at the end of the day, it's, you know, belong or related to the politics. So therefore, you know, we as organization, non-governmental organization, our role is to educate and cultivate, you know, people, especially, you know, today, our main focus on youth group, on youth community. So we have to praise the word. The word that we praise is, you know, acceptance. So, I mean, the word acceptance may be very simple if you try to get the meaning or the sense of this word from dictionary or from, you know, some kind of education. But acceptance, it's very hard, considering, you know, we have so many religions, so many cultural different views, so many political organizations, so many social organizations, which, you know, it's very hard to them to accept each other. But here in Interfaith, what we are doing really is to praise that in activity. So therefore, you know, I'm interested in a piece that, you know, has results. Without, you know, results, it's probably just a kind of, you know, discussion or a kind of argument. But at the end of the day, we don't, try to achieve any decision or any,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
To reach it. Thank you. So therefore, you know, we have to reach the international peacemakers, let we say, or international decision maker, and we have to, bring our view and our, thinking or our thought to them. So, so they can, sit down somewhere and make the decision which will have positive impact on the people. So this is one of the problem that peace, let me say, faces, and at the same time, we have like moving or immigration and those things, and we see that people, all over the world, migrate from country to country for the reason probably persecution. For the reason sometimes, economic. So because our world, suffering now from poverty. So therefore, some people, have the right, and according to, human right, convention. So every human being, every man on this earth has the right to, to leave his, place to go somewhere else, to find,
Absolutely.
better life and those things.
Very so beautiful.
Okay,
Sorry, sir. So you have so beautifully put it. Actually, I just wanted to highlight something very importantly that you said, which is that we need to be having that acceptance, which is beyond what we have even as a dictionary meaning. It's much more deeper, and we need to reach out to the right decision makers to make that impact. Actually, I just also wanted to add to it, in the Kailasa Constitution, the very first amendment of Kailasa Constitution is all the beings have the right to, like, not just human beings, like, because as you said this, I felt like this just highlights something that from my experience, what I have seen, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it as a constitution of Kailasa. The very first amendment states that all the beings, not just human beings, but every sentient being should be treated, having the right to be treating themselves and to be, for others to treat them and for them to treat others as divine, as the ultimate divine. So where we are not just as what we understand as equal, but even more than where we treat each other with respect, where we treat each other with dignity and treat each other with the divine rights. Absolutely. And thank you so much, sir. It was a very wonderful insight that you had shared. And next, I'd like to invite Imam Honorable Bhogar Jain. We'd like to invite you to please share your insights on how you think the religion can be relevant, and religion and its relevance for global peace.
Yes, good evening, everyone on this platform. I will start with the Islamic greeting. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon everyone. I am a Muslim. Quran, is my guide, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's my teacher and my role model. Who Allah has sent to mankind, to show us, what to do and how to do it, and who we are, why we are here, who brought us here, what he wanted, and the rituals that we do, prayer, fasting, a vehicle, to purify us from the outside and take us to the inside. Because the human being, 90% of us, is not on the outside. 90% of us, we reside inside. Like the saying goes, we are spiritual beings having human experiences. not human beings having spiritual experiences. In a nutshell, I first of all have to applaud this initiative, because at the end of the day, it's a reality. All human beings are living on the face of this earth. We did not come here by chance. This was a divine act. So the big question is, why conflict? And obviously, you will have conflict around you, because conflict begins if each and every one of us are from homes. The conflict begins from your environment, your surrounding, depending on the way you condition your thoughts and your emotions. Because the way you condition your thoughts and your emotions, these are the energies that you attract. And these energies condition the way you see things, and the way you see things will condition the way you do things, and the way you do things will bring the results that you have afterwards. So spirituality is something that I believe, is the key, depending on the way we see spirituality. The way the Hindus see spirituality is different from the way Muslims see spirituality. It's different. The Christians, they see spiritualists. I think they all, because you cannot deny, being spiritual, and you cannot deny, the existence of a supreme intelligence that is above everything, mankind, the heavens, the earth. So I believe that when human beings, make effort on discipline, what happened is they are made from the inside. We can make the world a better place. Today, all this conflict that we see around the world, it's just distortion, of perception, because people perceive things in a different way. And like the first speaker have mentioned, the typical example is what's happening in the Middle East. I believe that God didn't make a mistake by bringing all of us on the face of the earth and put us in different geographical locations and make us different colors, different skin and different colors. So it's deep, when it comes to world conflicts, and there's conflict everywhere. There's conflict in the house between husband and wife. There's conflict between siblings. There's conflict, between father and children, mother and children. Conflict between society. Conflict between faiths. One set of religious group having their own ideologies. Through the sect. So there's extremism in all corners of the world, politically, spiritually. And the only way that we can remedy this, I have this inspiration from, the Emperor of Kalinga. I read his story, that is Emperor Ashoka. He used to just get out there and massacre and take lands, until one time he did massacre a certain town, looking at all, children die, women, and so he felt bad. So he wanted to change his way of thinking. And now he created this thing called Brotherhood of Man, where Muslim, Christian, all of them come together, united on purpose, on one thing. How can we make the world a better place to coexist? Not to even harm an ant, that is crawling on the face of the earth. It all comes to the way we see things, and perception is very important. That's why all religions have books that guide them. And what the book does, it conditions your thoughts, and your thoughts conditions your emotions. And these emotions and thoughts are guided by the way we discipline ourselves, sitting down and meditating, tapping into the energies that are around us, that spiritual energy that Almighty God has released on the face of the earth for our spirits to get connected. Once you are at peace with yourself, you'll be at peace with mankind. But if we are disconnected, from our spirituality, we will be connected to the metaphysical world. And when we have connected to the metaphysical world, greed will creep in. And at the end of the day, it's just like fight or flight, my way or the highway. Your ideology against my philosophy. So it's all about this, how to call it, pettiness that the world is going through, finger pointing, nitpicking, biting, or you are taller, or you are shorter, or you are bigger, you're thinner. So the whole world have gone confused in this little globe that's supposed to be paradise on earth. God didn't send us here to come and annihilate one another or to come and be conflicting to one another. Siblings cannot live together in one house. Husband and wife, you look at the divorce rate. So there is this kind of, how to call it, disaster that the world is going. You see, peace is not just the absence of war. Peace is not just the absence of war. You see, there is even, how to call it, war in the houses, in the absence of or absence of guns. We cannot be connected as human beings if we are not connected to the supreme being, that is the supreme spirituality. So I think.
Sorry, it was such a beautiful point that you had highlighted. It is very, very important, and it reminded me of even what Swamiji says, even like you beautifully shared about how the belief in Islam is, and how you can use it. It is about going beyond the religions and actually understanding ultimately all of us are human beings. And it very beautifully reminded me of what Swamiji said. Even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals that how collectively the goal of all human beings, not just human beings, all the beings on planet Earth, on the face of Earth, is we all seek for superconscious breakthrough. You may seek that through Buddhism, you may seek that through Islam, you may seek that through Christianity, you may seek that through Hinduism. But the goal and purpose of every individual being is to seek to experience that ultimate, what we call a superconscious breakthrough. And that is why Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, beautifully highlights that consciousness-centric lifestyle is no more a luxury. It is a survival need for all of us. It is time that we look beyond just thinking, oh, my religion, like you beautifully said. It's time that we go one step beyond thinking that, oh, it's my religion, my people, I am this, I am that. And to step up and to understand what is the goal that each religion conveys. And ultimately to live that consciousness-centric lifestyle, which is the first and the most important stepping stone for peace. That was very, very beautifully highlighted. Thank you so much, Imam. Thank you for that address.
You're welcome.
And thank you. Thank you so much. And now we request Her Excellency, Ms. Palesa Kambule, to also share what do you feel as the relevance of religion? Like, what can religion do for the global peace? And how can religion, spirituality, contribute to global peace?
Good evening, good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for the invite to be part of this very interesting and very needed topic to be talked about, especially in what is happening around the world today. Sorry about that. I just want to give a little bit background of how does the kingdom work, the royal kingdom work. You see, when you say you are a royal house in a space, doesn't matter whether it's a city or it's in the rural areas, it's in the villages. What it basically means when you are there is that you are taking care of every living being, from the sky, from the rivers, the trees, every living thing. The royal house is the responsibility of taking care. You take care of every human being. Before religion came, we have got human beings. Now, once you are in the space of being a chief or queen or a king, you are the parent to everyone, including all kinds of religion that you are looking after. Now, as the royal house, we then learned, and growing up in the royal house, that I am responsible of making sure that every living being is well taken care of. And now it makes you to think beyond any kind of religion or belief, because your main goal is to take care of every creature that is living under the sun. It's like a sun, when it comes out in the morning, it doesn't choose if you are Hindu, if you are Christian, or you just, all of us, we know that when it's going to be morning, the sun is going to rise. And then when it's going to be cloudy, we all expect the rain. Now, being in that space, it has allowed, especially myself, to learn that there is a power that is above all the religion, and coming together and uniting and understanding that we are here in this earth for a purpose and a reason. And it's very much okay for everyone to be who they want and feel comfortable to be, and to follow any kind of religion that they feel that is suitable for them and it's working for them. A little bit, again, background. Unfortunately, growing in South Africa, being Swazi, after the borders were put in between, having the traditional religion, and then also with the Christian religion, putting them together and trying to make sense of it, it has been a huge struggle, not only for me, but I know for many, that even today, here in South Africa, now every church, everyone says we are going back to be spiritually traditional, not following the Christianity, all of that. Why? Because of that subconsciousness that you really want to cling, you want to connect spiritually somewhere where you will feel that immediately I've arrived there, then I'm able, to look at another person as my brother, as my sister, not as an enemy, not as an object that you can fight and say, but my religion or what I believe in is better than yours. No, that is when you start to understand how God, how the Creator created us, because I believe every religion that is here on earth, every religion only wants the best, only wants peace, wants love. It teaches us about loving each other. It teaches us about all the human mind things that will end up, the person will do what is right to another person, to love their neighbors, to share with their neighbors. Everyone, the speakers that have spoken, they have made an example that we are all facing with the Middle East, with what is currently happening. But we have problems even if we don't have the physical war. In South Africa, everyone was happy that we got independence in 1994. But unfortunately, we got the independence or the freedom, but we never had the financial and economic freedom, which still today is making people to live under oppression and still feel that they still need that kind of freedom and breaking through so that they can also have peace. So this topic that we are discussing today, it's something that is very deep and very broad, and it's something that even worse when it includes all with the issues of religion, because now the only time a person really feels that I'm suffering, but there is somewhere where I need to connect. I need to connect immediately. If I can pray, or if I can do some certain ritual or whatever, then I feel much better. So the world today really needs this kind of topics. More and more leaders coming, not only on this platform. We really appreciate what Kailasa have done. We are really happy that the organization of Kailasa is putting together all the leaders in the world in different spaces and say, come, let us talk. How best can we work together, hold each other's hand, so that we can bring peace in our land? Because honestly, peace is really needed for everyone in different places, in different spaces. Currently in Johannesburg, in the city that I'm currently working in, we are about more than 6 million people with different cultures, different beliefs, a very diverse place that each and every day you learn. Some people, they look at others and they feel that these people, they don't deserve to be here. And sometimes we find it is African to African. And that shows of how much hatred we have grown to build inside of each other, that whenever we are looking at somebody else, we see an enemy. We don't see a human being that has got life, a beautiful life, and living in a very beautiful world. And we need to come together, join hands, and fight in a very positive way, as we are now speaking to the world that peace is what is needed. And yes, religion, it has played and contributed a lot in different cultures, in different places, in different spaces, so that it combines people, make people to come together to reach one goal. I thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It was a very, very powerful point that you addressed, because it, as Hinduism has also faced more than 2,500 years of persecution, oppression. And this is not from any particular religion towards any other religion. It is not that. But unfortunately, there are people who become extremists, or who radicalize the principles of their religion, forgetting the very core of what each religion stands for. And unfortunately, that group that deviates from the core of what each religion stands for, they tend to become radicals, and they tend to become extremists, going and trying to declare supremacy over another religion. And Hinduism has itself been subject to 2,500 years of persecution, which is why the purpose of Kailasa has itself been formed.
Actually, Your Excellency, we represent a big indigenous community, the world's oldest living civilization, which is Hinduism. And as you were mentioning, I just also wanted to add to it, because the colonizers, the aggressors, using westernization as a weapon under the pretext of modernization, have brainwashed, persecuted many of the local people, and using the local people to persecute the indigenous community. Like you were mentioning a very important point, which was to how in the place you are living right now, even the people of the same nation and same community are still having, conflicts with each other, even to their very religious identity. Even with, I'm sure each of the distinguished guests over here, distinguished speakers over here, from each of your backgrounds, you too would be having, I think even Honorable Jeng also mentioned that. Mr. Jeng also mentioned something similar in the similar lines. And Mr. Thomas also had mentioned something in very similar lines about how it was very important for people to even have the acceptance. So I just wanted to highlight something over here, because I have seen this. I'm actually even being subject to a persecution. Our whole community has been subject to a very severe persecution. Even to this day, we are being persecuted. And one of the worst things that we have faced is that the people who are supposed to be part of this very tradition, this very indigenous community, have been brainwashed by the colonials and the aggressors who brainwash them and make them believe that this religion itself is something against, and turn them against and make them to persecute us. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I do resonate very well with you, to what you were beautifully highlighting, and what each of the speakers also were very beautifully highlighting us to the importance of why religion and how all of us uniting together can bring forward the peace that all of us are striving for. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for that beautiful insight of yours. Next, I'd like to invite upon Mr. Clement Awafne from Cameroon. So if you could please highlight on what you think about how religion and its relevance for bringing global peace. If you could please go ahead and share your insights.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I hope you are hearing me. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you, first of all, for the Kairasa team for welcoming me as a team guest for this Interfaith conference. And it's a very great topic, very interesting. I've been working since many years through my organization, locally and internationally, participating in many interfaith gatherings, conference, and seminar. The religions in these days are considered for some people like instrument to dominate, and also for others as kind of a tool for the supremacy, while the religions itself are not such, and it's not dangerous. With the rising radicalization and extremism around the world, causing a lot of conflicts, which is sadly something happening in some part of the world. People think that they can like take the religions as argument to perpetrate some attacks and also some terror for their friends and below or other countries, which is not a right, because all of the religion from which the global, the golden rule have read, all the religion promote peace and understanding and coexistence. It is very sad to know that some people at this time use religion as a weapon to attack others, while their religions in the sense and the faith are encouraging people to make love, to be unite, to see others as themselves, to be to coexist, to have harmony. I think the leaders of the religion around the world has to push a lot of effort, and also the policymakers has a lot of responsibilities to help the religions to spread the word, and also at the national level and also internationally, to give the religious leader that are heard from their followers and also the believers to make sure they communicate deeply and more wider to to calm their believers, and also to canalize them in the right way to help them make sure they promote the religion's values and not using the religion in the bad way. Like maybe someone can claim that they will attack you just because they are protecting their religion, which is not the right thing. So the policymakers around the world has to, and also the United Nations, they has to put a lot of effort, I think, to make sure that the religions organize a lot of gatherings like this conference, and why not like bigger and also at the international level, to bring many people from different backgrounds to talk, to share, and to make sure that others are educated to use the religions with the right values they promote, which are peace, love, harmony, and coexistence. And also, I don't think there is a religion in the world that has in their books that you need to attack someone to be like a right believer. So people are just it's like when someone has his own political ambition, or someone being radicalized, it can badly use the religion's values in claiming they are doing something bad because of their religion, which is not true. So all of us, we have a lot of responsibility, all of us from different backgrounds, the policymaker, the religious leaders, and also the civil society to put a lot of effort, organize a lot of gathering like this, a lot of events to communicate wider, to make sure that people live in harmony and that they use the right values of their religion to live together with others and coexist peacefully. That is what I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Clemente. That was such a important point that you had actually highlighted, how the religion itself is being weaponized by some of the people with vested interests to fulfill whether their political ambitions or any of their vested interests. And that is being used, weaponized, and being used to keep us under control. Whereas the original intention of the religion, or what we are seeking for, is something completely different. We all are striving to have global peace, but because of some vested interests, aggressors, this whole thing is being turned against, and instead using it against peace and creating war and terrorism. I think that's a very important point that you had highlighted. And I also wanted to also just share one more thing regarding this, which is especially the indigenous traditions, right? Like we have been like very close to nature, we being nature worshippers. Everyone, like I'm sure each of us coming from various different backgrounds, each of us, even in our own ways, in Hinduism, we have a beautiful line, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, meaning the goal is one, the path to achieve that goal is multiple. So you take multiple paths, but you achieve that, you are going towards that goal. And I as I'm hearing it from each of you, it's so profound to see how each of us are looking for that one thing, which is to experience that fulfillment, experience that peace, experience what we call in Sanatana Hindu Dharma as Shanti. So thank you so much for that wonderful sharing. And to all the viewers and listeners that are watching us, it's wonderful to see all of your continuous reactions in the comment section. We're seeing a lot of you sharing, a lot of you resonating with it. Like Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Clement. And all the viewers that are watching us, if you have some questions that you would like to ask to any of the distinguished members of the panel, you can post the questions and the distinguished members of the panel will take your questions and they will answer them as well. And to join with us next in the panel, we have Bishop Esther Baptist. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Ms. Bishop Esther Baptist, thank you so much for joining with us. We'd like to have you share with us about how you think the religion, its relevance and importance in building faith.
Ms. Bishop Esther Baptist, thank you so much for joining with us. With religion, relevance and importance in.
I do apologize. I've been having some problems with the internet, but I trust that I'll be able to make my contribution before anything else happens on that level. These are circumstances beyond our control. But the discussion has been an eye-opener in terms of hearing from the different speakers, presenters, different faiths, different countries. And of course, as we realize from all of the presentations that we're saying the same thing. And that is the beautiful picture here, because I think ultimately, if I could share from my perspective from the Christian faith, we understand that we were created, our original purpose as we understand it, and some people might understand it different, but we understand that we were created to rule the earth. We were created to be custodians of the earth realm that has been created by God for us to sustain. We have to replenish. And if we go back to our original mandate, even if we go back to that, even if you do not believe in Christianity or you do not believe in any other religion, right? And you go back to just taking care of the earth realm that belongs to us. It comes the same, like you have a house, you have property, you have possession, and you will want to maintain it. You will want to take care of it because it's an investment that you have made. Lots of money have been spent to get it. And so God has made an investment in the earth realm, and we have to guard the good deposit that God has invested to us. So it means that we have to do that created purpose that we were created with a divine being making us custodians of the earth realm, which is a beautiful thing, a wonderful thing, because when he created it, it was beautiful, it was dynamic, it had peace, there was diversity, because we have to rule. There were so we have deviated, because for us to be able to rule, we have to have a mandate, we have to have a constitution. There is if you are a leader in any sphere, right, there is something that will guide. There is a document, there is protocols, there is rules, there is a constitution that will guide the proper use or the proper administration of that office. And so all of us as created beings, and of course all of us can agree that we are existing because there is a higher power, there is an entity beyond all of us, and as human beings we are trying to attain that. And so if we go back to that original design that all of us created in the perfect way, God has designed us by his design. We are like him, we are in his image, in his likeness. So he's given us the best. He's equipped us with the best, right? He has equipped us with intelligence. He has equipped us with emotions. He has equipped us with the physical world that we live in, right? And our responsibility is to be a good custodian sense. Then we will not be experiencing what we experience. But the sad reality is that we have deviated from that original mandate, and we struggle in different ways to attain that, right? Because of selfishness, because of lost because of sin, because of people. And I'm not just talking as religious people, because religion comes afterwards. As someone was saying, our resolve to find that part, to how we accomplish that goal, how we accomplish that purpose. And it is still a reality to be accomplished, because God has given us his best, and he has given us all the resource that we need to be able to accomplish that. How we do that is what we struggle with, because of greed, of our own selfishness, and of course because of sin, right? And so we have deviated, and we now struggle in our humanity to live peacefully, even outside of religion, outside of God. We can live in a civil world. We can be civil, right? We can learn to respect each other. We can learn to value each other, because together we are to take care of this earth realm. We are to subdue it. We are to replenish it. We are to rule. So that is our original mandate. And of course, if we do that in the truest sense of place, and so people like you and I who have this war and confusion and fighting and destruction, it's because some people are not seeing it at that level. And so I think someone has said something to the effect that, you know, evil continues when good men refuse to act. I'm just paraphrasing that phrase. But we have to do what we can in our humanity to be civil, to love God, and to love our neighbor as ourselves. It is our created order. That's why God created us and given us that mandate. And so however we achieve that, God has given us diversity in which we can achieve that, right? And so the common factor is, this is our purpose. This is our mandate. The common factor is that we have to take care of it, right? And so we must work collaboratively. We must work in a symbiotic relationship, so we can
Absolutely. And also, Miss Esther, like what you highlighted is a very, very important point. This reminds me of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also tells something very similar to what you were sharing. We have discussed these lofty ideals, and all of our religions, each faith talks the same goal. And it is time that we start being the real change that we want to see. It is time that all of us start coming together, that these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not just be in the books. It should come to the real decision-making tables. And all of us need to come together, and we need to be the real change that we want to see. And that was a very, very beautiful factor that you highlighted. Actually, like you said, every one of us in this panel are actually talking the same lines in different languages. And also, what as I keep listening, I also keep saying that in each thing that everyone shares, I keep resonating with it, because many of these resonate with the very principles that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has guided us with, has been guiding us, and what we as Kailasa, as part of Kailasa, are living. So everything, especially I think Honorable Jeng, you had mentioned about how we are all not human beings. We are spiritual beings with a human experience. This is actually one of the lines that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had mentioned in his book from the early 2000s. He had written in his book where he says, and he keeps reminding us, like, look, you're divine, and you're not a human being as you think, but you are a divine being with a human experience. So I keep seeing in each person's sharing, and including what Bishop Esther Baptist had shared, like each of your sharings keeps reminding me, and like I resonate with it a lot, because it shows how connected we are more and more. And this is also leading us to our next panelist. Yes, we'd like to welcome next Ms. Jasmine Vairo. If you could please come on to highlight
how you think the religion and its relevance for bringing global peace.
Kia ora e te ao. Firstly, thank you to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for creating this opportunity for us all to share space about this very important topic. And I'd just like to thank all the beautiful panelists that I'm sitting alongside of. The kōrero, the conversation so far has been it has aligned very much with what with our thinking. I did hear some beautiful highlights or some beautiful comments around acceptance, and I think that is key. First and foremost, we know that there's a huge history of colonization that we have all experienced across the world. But I think the biggest tool that they used to create divide was our differences. So in order for us to create unity once more in the world, we need to do exactly what we're doing here and in our own interfaith spaces around the world, and that's to accept that we are all, though we see things in a different light, I may call, I may refer to God or Atua as a different name, but I guess we all see the same image. We all aspire to uphold his image or her image. One of the important things for me is traditional practices and traditional beliefs and traditional faith systems. So I'm not too sure if I can speak on religion in this context, but I can speak of faith. And faith is very much needed to heal our world. Faith and a higher belief in something beyond us is the most important thing, I believe, because we are both a physical presence and we are also a spiritual presence. So if we are only sitting in the physical presence, then we have no connection to anything higher than what exists here physically. Yeah, I think when I look at the work that we do and the people that we work with, so we work with a lot of disadvantaged people who society has basically said, there's no hope for you, you're too damaged, please find something else. I'm finding that the last resort is spirituality, is to connect or reconnect to that spiritual side of us that has more meaning than just what we can see around us. Yeah, I believe that more than religion, faith is what is needed. Spirituality is what is needed in order to create unity across the globe. Within our small interfaith space that we are developing here in Rotorua, New Zealand, we have noticed that when we sit at a table, we're not talking about our religions or our experiences or how we view the world. We're talking about the important topic that is in front of us, which at the moment is youth experiencing depression. So I believe that through our different faiths, we can create opportunity for people to heal and for people to connect to something higher than just themselves or the physical world around them. Yeah, I hope that's enough. Sorry, I don't have much more to say on the topic, but
No,
support
thank you. Thank you so much.
everything that
Yeah,
everyone has spoken about this morning.
Very important point actually, because I remember, like, even for each of us, the colonization, the Western aggressors who become who do not who forget the essence of what each of our faith is standing for, and start becoming they start radicalizing those ideas, and they start trying to force that on everyone. This impacts the indigenous communities, the people who are actually practicing the indigenous tradition. The Western aggressors start to brainwash them to start hating their own tradition. And then they themselves start going and destroying their indigenous culture. And that is what we are seeing with the youth that is happening right now. Even like talking about myself, I met the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 12. But before that, even I used to be ashamed of wearing my Hindu symbols. I still remember I would try to rub off my bindi, or I would try to rub off the Hindu symbols because I thought it was not very cool. But it is only when I met the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and when I understood what each of our religion stands for, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the great principles that we stand for, when I understood about who I am, the very identity that I carried about myself as a Hindu changed. And that is when I realized, oh my God, what a great science. Like Swamiji tells very beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells beautifully that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not a religion. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a greater science of life. When we say religion, we try to box it, we try to add some definitions and notions and frames to it. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully tells Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the longest living civilization, is simply the greater lifestyle to give best of what we have to the humanity. That's all we stand for. And when I learned about it, today here I am. And I'm so proud to be a Hindu. I'm so proud to be part of Kailasa, and I feel so blessed to be a princess of Kailasa, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has empowered me with. And when you were sharing, right, Ms. Jasmine, it reminds me of how important it is for the youths to wake up to understanding the relevance of our faith. And that brings me to the next question that I have to all of you, all the panelists. Thank you so much for your beautiful insights so far. And I would like to bring in here about the importance of, like, how can we make youth, inspire the youth to become an active part? How we can empower youth for cultivating global peace by cultivating interfaith understanding and tolerance through the right education, especially in the conflict zones. And
so for this, we welcome the leader for Kula Indigenous Youth Community, Mr. Abduli Jallo. Thank you so much for joining us in this panel. And we would like to request you if you could share your insight into this. What do you feel as the importance of, like, what is the relevance of religion for youth? And why is it important? And how can we have more and more youth understand the relevance that it has?
Thank you very much. I am really appreciate about being part of this group. It's a very good thing. This platform have already shown the differences we have. We all come from different countries, different religions, different cultures, but as you see, we all understanding each other and understanding need for being together as one. Yeah, the cultural, if you look at the world, before this Islamic religious, Christian, Hinduism, we were having our own local and traditional beliefs. As I am a Muslim, for example, in the Gambia, 95% are Muslim, but before Islam, we were having our cultural and religious, and we were having peace within ourselves. But what I realized, the youth is sometimes the lack of education that cause other people to be violent in their own areas. Because education is number one, and Islam is a Muslim, and he also preaches peace, I believe, and all religions also preaches peace. So why are we having problems or crisis in the world, especially the young generation? Is that we sometimes tend to forget about our Islamic or Christian or our religious preaches. Because as I can see, all religious preaches peace. So why are we having conflicts within ourselves? That's a big question I want to ask. Yeah, because we need to educate itself that this world needs peace in order for us to be in a peaceful world. I have made researches that all these crises that happen in this world are caused by political interests or religious interests, because the concept that we don't understand is we should all understand that we are created to be equal. The differences that we brought between ourselves, this is what brings the confusion within us. All human beings are equal, irrespective of your religion, your ethnic. I believe we are all equal. So to avoid crises and conflicts in this world, is the young generation needs to understand we should accept each other, understand that no matter what happens, we must have different views on issues, politically, religious, and even our cultures. In the Gambia, we have almost 10 to 15 ethnic groups. But all those ethnic groups have their different ways of cultures. But we all understand and embrace each other during our cultures. And we understand that there are different types of cultures. So being together and understanding each other is part of solving the crisis in this world. We are different religions. That doesn't mean we are different. The religious teaches different things, but in the area of peacefulness, all religious preach people to be the same, to have peaceful in order to live in a better world. Under the youths we have this generation, we tend to forget what we inherited from our grandparents, because the world crisis nowadays have changed to different dimensions because of politics and misconception. As a Muslim, we even have different type of Muslims. But the moment you have concept that what you have is the best and what others have is not good, then you will never have good relationship among yourself. The useful ways of bringing everybody together, it's always try to understand each other, embrace each other, accept each other, and work towards the development of the world. Hinduism, I heard of it, but I have read a lot about it. I read a lot about Christians, but we are all saying the same thing about peacefulness, accepting each other, understand each other. These things, what forms a good world. Without peace, there's nothing going to be positive in this world. And we, the youths, have to firm, strong, and work towards all of this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting that, Mr. Jalotz. Thank you so much for highlighting that beautifully, because I too want to add to what you were saying, because as you said, as youth, the next generation, we need to be taking up the responsibility for this, and peace is a fundamental need. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always highlights how, like as you were sharing, how you have to read Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Hinduism. Like we have in Hinduism about how
about how the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma starts with peace. The very first Upanishad is like the source scriptures, and the very source scripture starts with the Shanti mantra. Om Shanti, 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 where every tradition, every religion, every